Good morning, everyone. Good morning and welcome. Welcome at the Enjmin here and online as well. Welcome to this first oral presentation of the M2 project of the P21 cohort. So thank you for being here. You have a picture of the students you're gonna see all day long. And maybe as a start, I would like to remind you what are the M2 projects. So the projects that we ask the students to work on this during this second year of the Enjmin Master is to work on the conception and pre-production of a game that will be bigger than what they're gonna present us, so it's a whole game that they have to work on. They are organized as 6 teams of 9 to 13 students working as a studio. So it's a really professional posture that we ask to the students. So you're gonna see today 6 games. You have a first glimpse of them here. So we're gonna see 3 this morning and 3 this afternoon. And to give you some more details, they have about 4 months to deliver a demonstrator, kind of vertical slice. And you here as a professional and as a jury of professionals, you're gonna follow the development of this work. And here today we are at the first encounter with you. The whole process has started at the end of September. So we are about 1 month, a bit more than 1 month away from the start. And we're gonna meet again in about 1 month. And we're gonna have the final presentation near the end of February. So you're gonna see the whole process. So I first want to say a big thank you to the jury. Thank you for being here. Thank you for following us, for the one that couldn't be there today. So what we ask from you is to ask questions, so react to the proposition of the students, share your feedbacks, and challenge the ideas, and also complete the evaluation file that you should have received the link for yesterday or 2 days ago. A big thank you, and particular thank you to our godmother, who is Marion Barreil, who is an interaction designer and a game designer that she enjoys developing games that make sense, that have positive impact, and she particularly is keen to develop experiences that brings a meaningful link to the players in positive and sensitive universes. And I think, well, it's a good encounter. We are really pleased to welcome her as a godmother, and I'm sure that she's gonna bring, and she already started to bring insight to the students and very wise feedbacks and encouragements. So maybe, please, let's warm her, give her a warm welcome. So please, let's give a good round of applause. And if you agree to give maybe a few welcoming words in English.
No, yeah. Thank you very much for inviting me here. I'm very looking forward to hear about your projects. So I can understand that this is the beginning. You are in the creative design decision. It's really interesting moments, and I'm looking forward to hear about your choices, because that's what's really matter. Like it's really an interesting phase, like your graduating project. It's a phase where you are going to make choices for a project that you own, that is really yours. Maybe that's not going to be exactly that kind of form in the future, but I hope so. But it's an interesting moment. It's going to be part of your portfolio, and you're making choices. So I'm really looking forward to hear that and to hear. So thank you in advance. I'm sure this will be very interesting for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Marion. And I forgot to tell that you are a co-founder of Tourmaline Studio about 10 years ago. Thank you so much. So let's go. We're gonna hear 6 teams, 6 games, about 10 to 15 minutes of presentation, and then we're gonna have time to ask questions. So let's go.
Hello, good morning. We are the team behind Escapastamp, and we are very pleased to present our game. So first and foremost, what is Escapastamp? So Escapastamp falls right under the umbrella of friendly co-op games, which have been on the rise for the past few years. We knew that this type of game will interest us while developing Escapastamp, as they focus on the players' cooperation and create a thrilling experience for the players. We want to create an original experience by sliding the cursors even further and finding our own niche. In order to achieve this result, we decided to focus on 3 pillars. The first one, Escapastamp, is a co-op adventure game which promotes emergent gameplay by offering a virtual sandbox which encourages cooperation. We aim at creating an unrestrained experience in which the players will be surprised by their interactions between themselves rather than with the game events. We aim at enticing the players' curiosity by going for a world that tickles their inner nostalgic sense of wonder.
Now that you know what we want to do, let's talk about the target audience. We'll design it for the casual and co-op gamers. A casual gamer is a person who plays video games infrequently or during short sessions, less than 30 minutes according to the market research company Quantic Foundry. The video game isn't their passion, but they dabble in it. For the co-op gamer, they are people who mostly play cooperative video games, looking for a nice moment to share with friends, laugh, and a type of fun specific to social situations. Beyond these 2 categories of players, we design our games for teens and young adults between 14 and 29 years old, though it's not exclusively for them. We also thought about the streamers who might be very interested in our game. Concerning the target platform, we aim for a PC-oriented release. We've seen that many games mentioned before are released on PC, and it's easier to convince people who don't have to buy a console to play Escapastamp.
Okay, so let's talk about the game concept now. So Escapastamp is a goofy co-op vacation simulator where up to 4 players can team up to live their best holiday ever. Your goal is to complete challenges on your bucket list to earn as many stamps as possible. But be careful, if you don't gather enough by the end of the day, your trip is over. So you just have to collect stamps, right? Well, not exactly. You know what you need, 20 stamps before the end of the day, but you don't really know how to get them. It's a bit like when we were kids, wandering around with our friends without clear goal, just looking for adventure. And that's the feeling we want to bring back. A sense of freedom, of open exploration, where discovery happens naturally. And along the way, you might stumble upon points of interest, and that's how you will earn your stamps. Start by exploring the island in first person using proximity chats. You'll need to organize your group and choose wisely when it's useful to split up or to stick together. It's a physical interaction game where you can push, grab, perform stunts with your friend to interact with the environment. You can discover and complete workshops and find funny objects to help you or just mess around with. You'll often combine these activities in a systemic way to unlock your stamps.
Okay, so now that you know about the game concept, we'll dive a bit more in how a game works. So in case, if it was not clear, the stamp system is just an achievement system working just like on Steam, PlayStation Network, or Xbox, I don't know. So you have achievements to get, a condition. If you meet the condition, you unlock the stamp. The twist is that you don't know what is the condition to unlock the stamp. For replayability, we will design a big pool of stamps, and on every game, we will just pick a random stamps that will be available for this game. So each game will have its own win condition. And for the replayability also, and to give a kind of goal, we will design the map with several landmarks, and our goal is to attract players toward them. And the main goal is to create chaos on the way. On the path leading to the landmarks, you will meet different events, which will be modular. It can be a pit that you will have to cross, or it can be a kind of workshop to showcase an item we will design. Our goal is to create chaos and to eventually lead to events that will create stamp situations where player will do stunts, do crazy stuff, and unlock stamps.
For the UX description, we ask ourselves how our players will find the game fun. To answer these questions, we thought about this emerging aspect mentioned earlier, which will create a feeling of freedom. Each game will not be the same thanks to how you decide to play it. In order to make our game remarkable and memorable, we want to create unique moments of fun and love with the world and in the interactions between players. Interaction like push or grab or the proximity chat. Obviously, to test all of this and to adjust our design, we have to set up many playtest sessions during which we all observe and collect feedbacks about the feeling of the players.
For the artistic direction intention, we want to highlight 3 key pillars. The first is curiosity, which encourages players to experiment and explore. For example, the stamps collected throughout the day help spark player curiosity. The stamps are divided into several categories, each with a distinct visual style, as seen in the sticker from Dordogne or the map from Gravity Fall. The map will allow players to explore different points of interest.
Instead of having music played all the time, we will only use it in the main menu and during the end credits. The idea is to create a retro rock vibe inspired by Scooby-Doo, but to keep the rest of the game focused on sound design. That way, players may really keep their attention to the world around them and stay focused and curious while exploring and discovering things. We're also planning to record some in-field sound effects ourselves using real objects like in Human Fall Flat. It makes the experience feel more alive, more reactive, and gives the whole thing more juice.
Next comes Wonder, which evokes the discovery of a new world, traveling with friends and creating your own story. Wonder goes hand in hand with curiosity, as we aim for a magical, dreamlike quality through characteristic environments and various landmarks that can be found on the map, some of which are shown on the mood board.
During the game, each biome will have his own small musical identity, just a few notes played with specific instruments, kind of like in Zelda Breath of the Wild. It helps every area feel unique, creating moments where players can take in the atmosphere without feeling overwhelmed.
Finally, mischief expressed through the ability to mess with your friends, kill team, try and retry, do whatever you want, or pull pranks. On the left column, we include examples of highly stylized characters that encourage playfulness and mischief, characters that are easily recognizable from a distance.
The overall sound style takes inspiration from cartoons like Tex Avery and Looney Tunes, with fun, exaggerated effects that make everything feel playful and unpredictable.
For the character, there will be up 4 players in the game. The character will have the same metrics, rigs and animation, but differ slightly in shapes and colors. They are meant to be bright and colorful to stand out of the environment and be seen from afar, doing stunts and other silly things. They are also meant to be childlike with exaggerated movement and expressive animation, like you can see in the short film Acrobats from Gobelin students. As the most of the expressiveness comes from the animations, the design of the character is more cryptic to favorize a more open interpretation of his appearance. This is a common approach in other party games like Peak or Big Rock, and it works very well.
As you understood, Escape will bring players to a small island ship open world with unpainted environments, thematic areas and landmarks that they can fully explore. And for the vertical slice, we aim to a full day in the camp. For that, we thought it would be fun like settings, as you can see in the diagram, to emulate the day and night cycles that allow us to create different moods and lighten the environment, but also to give the indication to the players of the time they have left to collect stamp before the end of the day. The daytime between dawn and dusk will be the part where characters will move in the map and collect stamp. And as for the nighttime, it will be not possible to collect stamp anymore, as it will serve as a transition between 2 days.
Considering UI, we've already discussed about it, and our intentions are to design an interface which will be composed of few elements to ensure that the player isn't cognitively overloaded. We also want to have a strong point on the iconography to guarantee a great skeuomorphism, a design concept in which items resemble their real-world counterparts. For example, the trash or recycle bin icon to delete file or the same icon that looks like a floppy disk. For the main menu, we want to set up a moving camera which will guide players through this feeling of adventure and exploration of the island from the very beginning. To make this world come to life, we chose to use Cnam-Enjmin, Wise and Git. We want our world to be dynamic, to make each game unique, so we'll have a few different versions of some elements in the world that will change randomly each run. Approach to create a stylized open world will make use of Unreal's landscapes and shading features while making sure to avoid the default Unreal visual style. We also want to keep an eye on performance, as we expect some work will be needed to ensure the game runs smoothly. The main challenges we expect to face are the multivariate aspects. You can see a small prototype quickly test that. The small open world, along with the optimizations it may need and the random dynamic elements in it, as well as the collaboration workflow as we get to work together in a large team, at least larger than what we're used to. Currently, we're working on creating a gym, an area to test gameplay and features outside of the real game world.
As for marketing, we have decided to conduct an initial benchmark and market positioning of the game. After analyzing multiple co-op adventure video games, we came up to the realization that Escape has come fill a gap in co-op games with a focus on creative gameplay that entices a sentiment of wonder. We found that this correlated well with our vision of the game and its market positioning, as you can see on this game. To make a game that stands out, achievement-based gameplay is both a niche but appreciated feature that will go well with co-op, role-playable, and a sweet game like we aim to do. There is a clear focus on accessibility in the sense that to meet the consumer demands and the competitor's strength, the game must be easy to learn and rapidly playable, with still offering a memorable experience. As for the production, right now we are beginning the pre-production and we are focusing on the documentation and valuable deliverables to enter the production safely. We are planning on focusing on multiple set of playtests for the gameplay mechanics and the game loop during the whole duration of the production. We aim at having a goal build by the end of January or the beginning of February, so we can focus on having a polished experience ready for its release on Steam to the public. Thank you very much for listening to our presentation. We are really glad for your attention and we are taking any feedback and questions that you may have. We also want to thank Lily, who is not represented there, who is our UX and your consultant on this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Who wants to start? Yes. I will ask you to present yourself and before any comment or questions. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Cécile from Focus Entertainment and I work with the sourcing team. So thank you very much for this presentation. I still have a couple of questions on the core gameplay elements, and I think you could like do an even better job of introducing your game if you would highlight these a little bit more in your presentation. So the key elements I'm speaking of are I'm missing a clear game loop, a clear camera. I think it's first person, but it was very fast, so I wasn't entirely sure. I would like to know more about the moveset, the level design, and how many players there will be. Thank you.
Yes, you're right. We're still discussing about a lot of elements of the game that we want to test before to act different things. We didn't really talk about the games loop. So yeah, the game is in first person. So you're using proximity chat. You're on an island. We want to create a little open world and be more focused on player getting lost, but can find their friend easily and just going in a place, going back and just keeping losing themselves and playing together. So at the beginning of the game, they will spawn in the same place, like it's like a safe place, and decide where they want to go. So we talk about landmarks to guide them. We're discussing with the game designer to give other motivation, like stamps that will be revealed on the map, like a little quest. There is something hide on the mountain. To force them to go there, and the thing is, we want to put some different element on the way. So as Pablo was saying, it could be items, it could be workshops, or little place with enigma to complete. So they just found stuff around and decide if they stay there, if they have the good item to fit with, and so this is mainly the idea behind the concept. I don't know if I am very clear on that.
Yeah, it's clear. It's just, it's okay not to be sure about some things in your project, and you're allowed to say so. For instance, well, you're allowed to say what you just said, basically. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah.
Hello, I'm William. Actually, I help people to make better pitch and games, and maybe one day I will have a good catch phrase for my job. I have a lot of things to do, sorry guys, but firstly, it's pretty a good pitch in terms of okay, the market is ready for you, no problem with that, but you need to have some little adjustments. I will say, by example, you mix extraction shooter and funny co-op on your benchmark. Be very, yeah, it's difficult to make that because it's not the same players, it's not the same concept, it's not the same structure. So maybe Deep Rock Galactic don't need to be on this benchmark if it's not for numbers. Other thing, you have a positionment, your axe is creativity and skill. For some people, creativity is skill, like me. So if you want to say our game will be fun, creativity maybe will be a trap. So be precious with that. I have a lot of notes. Yeah, in terms of audience, you are too specific. We don't stop to play at 30 years, especially for this type of game. It will be very, very famous with all people, I guess. By example, me in 20 years, I want to play as that with the children I don't want to have. And I refuse to have, exactly. Yeah. Also, the stems ID is very great, but you need to have some stems who are not achievement and some specific stems who are achievement, because if all the game is based about stems, in one night, if your game is popular, every player will spoil everything and it will not be interesting. So there need to be some objective, not the finality of the game. And finally, why Unreal Engine? Engine, I know.
Yep,
We have a debate about that.
the engine choice was mainly motivated by the networking. It's fairly easy to create network situations where we can have, without too much work, set up prototypes, start testing the gameplay fairly quickly in the production cycle. And also, it's fairly well suited for open world games like ours. It's not a big world, but there are many features that will allow us to do that, including the dynamic and stylized aspects we wanted to have. So that's the main motivation.
Okay, be very, yeah, you need to read a lot of things on internet about Unreal because since 5.0 it's a mess for many things. It's too, yeah, it's too high. It's a too high engine actually. So I don't want a game who is not compatible with a lot of little computers actually because it's your audience and Unreal Engine is too big for that. So yeah, if you are okay with that, let's go. But it's not the ideal engine, I will say, for this type of game. And I have a, sorry, it takes like a long time. Last thing, I don't know what is your final objective with this project at the release, but you need to have just one or two big party night on the game, and it's okay to have that. It will be perfect. Don't go on some of early access or if it's a success, maybe we add that. No, things about a little game, very cool little game. Players play 2 times, 3 times with friends, and it's over. For example, Peak is a big game, but I played just two game, I guess. It's okay. I buy. Concentrate all your effort on that. You need to have one or two good sessions with your friend. It's okay. Don't worry about the next. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for these feedbacks and question. Some other comments? Yeah.
Hi, I'm Marie. I'm a game designer, lead game designer at Ubisoft Paris. I just wanted to push your question a bit further. I know that not everything is set gameplay-wise, but do you have in mind some situations you want the players to resolve to get the stump? I mean, I guess when you designed the concept, you had some ideas in mind, even if it's not in the game next year. But yeah, do you have something, some situation, precise situation in mind?
Sure, we have yeah, plenty of them. First, we have very straightforward situations that are more here to be fun, you know, and create social interaction. Maybe just a pit and a panel saying that you have to push someone into it, and it's just a social debate about who's gonna go for it. It's just kind of straightforward. It's not a puzzle or anything. It's just funny. And sometimes it's just more what we call workshops, are chunks that will create emergence and experimentation. You will have obstacles to cross, and we will design kind of different objects that we can put in category, you know, object that can help with movement or stuff like this. And the goal is just, you have an obstacle, you have what the game will give you, an item or maybe just your creativity, and you will have to find a way to go around it and just to experiment and try some stuff. The whole goal of the level design is to stimulate the creativity and the emergence of the gameplay and give small hints for the players who are for whom creativity is a challenge itself, just like you said before. Yes, or it can be platforming challenge. It's just, yes, sometimes straightforward, sometimes more puzzle, and sometimes silly stuff.
Okay, because the chaos element, which is like the base of most of your references, it's very hard to control since it's chaos.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm very curious. So you said you can die if you can jump off a cliff.
Yeah, you can go to the infirmary, so it's not permadeath. You can die, but you are just sent to a place, and it's just a cooldown. We don't know how many time yet, maybe 5 minutes. And yes, you can revive, but still has to be kind of a punishment for the social interaction, like who will go for it, who will try. But yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, yes.
Hi, Lauriane from Slow Clap, sound and voice designer. I don't understand the recording part. You talk about recording. Do you record in-game sound, or you will record sound in real life and implement it in a game?
Yes, so I wanted to record some sound in real life. Mainly because I play Human Fall Flat, and in Human Fall Flat there is like a lot of videos on internet on how they did that, and I thought it was pretty interesting with this type of game, because it could give a lot of depth into the sound design, especially with the way I see the sound design with the Tex Avery and the Looney Tunes, but not all of it because it would be too much, but some of it, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, so I'm Marion. I'm sound designer from Ubisoft Montpellier. So thank you for the presentation. It's very cool, and I have a question about cartoon direction. You're not scared about this direction because if you take references like Looney Tunes or Tex Avery, it's very timeline, so very cinematographic like. So I don't know how you can implement Looney Tunes or Tex Avery references in your game and not have so much redundant sounds because it's very recognizable sounds, and I'm pretty curious about how do you avoid redundancy? It's a very difficult word. Yes, it's my question. I don't know how do we do that?
Well, I think for some of the most recognizable action, we could go with the Looney Tunes or cartoon, like when the player is down with the little birds or the little stars around his head. That makes a typical sound, a very recognizable. But for like walking, sprinting, or the action that you will do a lot, I think I will go to something in a more classic approach, especially for what you said, because it could be really redundant. But my inspiration were also the new Mario Kart, in which when there's an explosion, when you are knocked down or things like that, it's really cartoon-like, but it's not as much as they would do it in the past. So it's really a balancing point. It's something I need to keep in mind and not do too much with it, but I'm pretty confident with the result.
I think you just be careful about not to have so much cartoon-like sounds. I think it's a little bit scary when you said Looney Tunes or Tex Avery, because you have different kind of cartoons, and I think when you speak about Mario Kart, the new one, I think we can more think about what you can do with that. I think it's yeah, tech savvy. I think I don't know how to. Um, yes, je me projette pas quoi. Tu vois.
Yes, when I put Tech Savvy and Looney Tunes, it was mainly because it's two big name that everyone can refer to, and I had in mind like in peak when you sleep on the I don't know how it's called, the meduse, and fall down. There's like this typical sound that really stuck with me for me. But for the overall sound design, it will not be just cartoon. It will be a lot inspired by Human Fall Flat too. So yeah, it was not something I was really scared of, but now that you say it, I can see why it is, and I'll do what I can to balance it the best way possible.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. And I just want to say to the people online, if you have questions, don't hesitate to raise your hand, and I can see it. So I will give you the mic if you need it.
Thank you. Marion Barret, co-founder of Tourmaline Studio and game designer. Thank you for your presentation. It looks really funny. I think it's really a typical kind of game that I would want to play with my friends. And I'm way past 29 years old, so. But yeah, I have a question UX-wise. So from what I gathered, you have to complete challenges, but you have to guess what the challenges are. And you mentioned a bucket list. So I was wondering, what is the role of that bucket list? Do you have like riddles in it or play on words? Like how do you convey some sort of clues to players? Is it just the bucket list or other means to convey information? So yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of a key point in UX and game design that we're talking a lot. And I think that's also one of the main reasons why we take time to design the gameplay and we want to do it right, because it's just finding a balance between this experimental field and not create just a feeling of being lost and don't know what to do with your friends. So we already thought of many ways to help players. First, we are thinking about, for example, at the beginning of the game, reveal just one stem, like one big stem that would be linked to a landmark. It would be a way to guide you through a landmark and hopefully create other stems on the way, but it just give you a first kind of objective. And also we were thinking, for example, of a shop system that would be a merchant on the map. And we were thinking about, we found interesting to pay wisdoms to get other thing, to invest your win condition, to hope have more win condition after. We like this social dilemma. And we are thinking, for example, of a way to help people who have not as much creativity or thermometers, I don't know, to invest one stamp you earn to get 2 ints for 2 more stamps you can get later. So you would have this question. It can help players and create debate. We think it's fun. And yeah, we're thinking about many ways to just never feel super lost. We want experimentation, but with kind of a goal in mind.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the clarification on that. Cool.
It's me again. I come back on about the question about Looney Tunes and this universe. It's a really good question. And by example, in terms of gameplay benchmark, if you put Hollow Knight, Hades, Zelda, it's boring. But it's okay. It's boring. Everybody makes this mistake. It's just boring, and we want other things. In terms of mood board, I totally agree. If you put Looney Tunes, it's not a visual style, it's a universe of visual style. If tomorrow you put, by example, Adventure Time or Powerpuff Girl, or I don't know, we know what you want to do. Actually, with that, we don't know. You just want to be fun. Yeah, but it's okay. So yeah, I totally agree. And in terms of mood board, it's very important to be very specific because your mood board is the most specific slide of your pitch about your universe. Yeah, Just that.
Thank you for the feedback.
Hi, I'm Mélusine, a technical artist from Asobo. Maybe I didn't get it right, but I think I understood the puzzle would be physics-based or something like that. Maybe something like that or not. Am I wrong or right?
Yes, you're right.
Yeah, okay. So I wanted to go back on the engine choice. I understand that you want to use Unreal because it's very easy to get on. But I'm talking to the programmers and the game players, the game designers. It can be a real pain in the ass to write a stage machine, or I mean, the thing you will be needed to write to make a puzzle based on physics, or I don't know, maybe environmental interaction or something like that. So make sure you are very sure to use Unreal and that you are, I don't know, equipped and well armed enough to use Unreal to do such a game. So yeah, just wanted to, yeah.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Guillaume, producer at Asobo also. Thank you for the presentation, and it looks really cool, and it showed the promise, so this is really nice. One question and one clarification. The first question is why, what made you choose the online co-op rather than the traditional like couch co-op for console or this type of things? Or looking at the game appeal and the audience, you would make like a choice like for the couch. And the second one is more if you had a clarification on the social component. So I understood that you had like a proximity chat in your game. Do you have other social features that would be like important to differentiate the player? So player customization, way to share your stamps, book, or like any feature like this. Thank you.
Um, so yes, we chose the online multiplayer aspect so that every player can choose to live like their adventure together or just in alone in the place, and when they join their friend, just have to tell what they lived and convince them to join them because they need someone to resolve something to get the stamps. So this is the main reason, so can that can be that can lose themselves, sorry, or just stay together, group up. So we want um, to play on the communication between player and the organization around the island. So this is the main reason, because if this was a local multiplayer session, you will lose this aspect because everyone could see the screen of people, and it will be easier to convince people to join them, and they will have to focus on each screen at the same time. So we want set something more personal and also have the multiplayer experience as a group. And sorry, I forgot the next question.
The second question was about like the social feature that you might have, like beside the proximity chat.
Okay, so we thought about the customization for some people in the team is something very important, but we want to be careful about the scope and think more about the vertical slice aspect. So it could be something very well valuable in a complete game, but we don't know if we will add customization at the start. We've been more focused about the singularity of every character. For now, it's still concept. It's more about forms and colors. I think the artist can speak more about that. We thought about emote too, and in the difference for the moment, we didn't think about more different thing.
One other social aspect that was important while thinking about the game during the conception was if it could be a game that would be nice to stream. And I guess that's something we are not leaning into it in terms of targets, but that's something we keep in mind, that this could be a really fun game to play as streamers, because it creates a lot of nice moments with the other streamers. It could be fun. That may be a social aspect that may be interesting for a game.
Got you. Thank you.
And I just wanted to add for the vocal chat. There is also on Wise a way to make vocal chat with just the text in game. So there is I don't know how to say it, the convertisseur, where you type in the chat and it says out loud. So it kind of is a vocal chat, but for the one who don't have mic or things like that too.
Thank you. Okay, a last question then.
Hello, Lucas. I'm producer at Ubisoft Bordeaux. It's not really a question, but mostly an advice. You will have just be careful on your character. I think you have if you are taking a good approach. Keep it simple. What would be important would be also the player expression, as it's already been said. You need also to focus on your gameplay loop, like the core gameplay loop, and keep in mind the animation could be also quite a challenge, because you will have a third-person animation, but also FPS animation. So try to keep simple all the action you have with the players, and focus on the core of that. I don't know, it's just an example. Just don't take it granted, but for example, your characters could have hats, and you can take the hat of your friends and express yourself with hats and stuff like that. You can grab stuff, but you just need to make sure for the next presentation to have a good gameplay loop that is clearly understood, and also a death loop that is also mastered. And just an advice, if you are not sure, don't give numbers, because just say you are not sure. It would be important for the rest of the presentations. If, for example, if you say you have a 5-minute death loop, it's quite a lot, but I'm sure it's just because you didn't thought about it as much as you wanted. So just say, I'm not sure, it's work in progress, would be way easier for you like that. Thank you.
Thank you. So that's what the final question for the first group. So let's congrats Escapastan team, please. And let's welcome the second team of this morning, Below Their Sight.
Hello, welcome to our presentation for our project Below Their Sight. It's a game where you explore your city that is now filled with gigantic entities that are both threatening and fascinating.
So, Below the Sight is a first-person solo exploration game taking place in a post-apocalyptic city where an unknown cataclysm remains to be solved, the appearance of gigantic entities in your world. So you play as a lone survivor with scientific background, trying to figure out what happened, where are they coming from, and why everyone suddenly disappeared, all the while attempting to survive some dangerous encounters. With the use of an old map, you plan your route, find your way amongst the rubble, analyze the entity's behavior and routines, and avoid them. And therefore you will experience our four main gameplay pillars: navigation, observation, route planning, and adaptation.
Our game will take place mainly in an urban environment, and most specifically in a large and completely deserted city. We want to immerse the player in a place with a heavy and mysterious atmosphere. To achieve this, we will use a dominant color that will give the game a real identity, as well as a calm and soothing soundscape as long as the player stays away from the entities. Since we wanted to break away from the city style often found in the post-apocalyptic genre, we opted for an original architecture combining half timbered house, Georgian, and industrial architecture.
The entities are gigantic and abstract, made of fluids, particles, and levitating elements evoking Celestia's body. At the center is a black skeletal core around which their body extends. Their song combine animal cries, such as of bears, whales, and elephants, with distorted mechanical noises. And they have their own cycle, they hunt, multiply, and drift above the rooftop and through the street. The entities follow precise trajectories. The player must observe in order to understand them.
Now let's talk more about what the player will actually do in the game. So one of the player's objective is to get to know more the entities as they can't be challenged or even influenced. So we want to get that balance where the player is afraid to approach the entities because of their massive scale, that could be really dangerous, but still have the curiosity to know more about their nature. So to gather informations, here comes the observation mechanic that makes appear a tag beside interesting objects when the player wants to know more about them. It would give information on it with a scientific approach, but also convey the game's narrative with a more emotional tone. With that is combined the map that we talked earlier. It's used for planning the route. It is divided in two main layers. So this first one is an old paper map from before the events, so it's not updated with what happened. And there would be another layer on top of it with more information useful for planning through the entities, like, for example, their patterns and where do they go. The twist is that you can only access this second layer in safe zones. So this way, the player cannot plan when they are not in a secure position, so they have to get fully prepared before they leave. This separation will accentuate the stress of having to adapt to crisis situations and the need to find a calm place when you want to think about your future moves. Now let's see how all these elements of world and gameplay work together. So here the player starts by planning their way from a safe zone, so they can place stickers where they want to go, where they don't. Then the player moves along the streets according to the plan to try to reach the next safe zone. But surprise, an entity gets in the way, it wasn't planned. So the situation here can be very scary for the player. They don't know if they if the entity will want to move in their direction, so they have to quickly find another way to try to avoid them. But now that's a relief because the entity decided to leave. But now the occasion is perfect to take the time to observe it with the mechanic we talked about earlier, as the player is quite close to it. Finally, after all that, the player successfully reaches the safe zone, and with new information they gathered on the entity, and the knowledge is converted into patterns added to the map that will be very useful to plan the next run.
So our main goal is for the player to go from fear and tension to awe and curiosity. So our character starts with the very few resources, motivated first by survival instincts that will then turn into a fuel for research and understanding. To do so, they will need to walk to the other side of town, to the laboratory, to retrieve some equipment. Since our game focuses on free observation and navigation, the critical path goes from key location to key location, where you can learn more about the game's narration without it being linear. The player will cross streets filled with various entities, each displaying unique and erratic behavior that would require observation and analysis to comprehend in a way to ensure better planning of their itineraries and understanding of those entities. This way, the perception of those danger will shift from something raw to something more contemplating.
So now for the marketing positioning, we made a benchmark on 3 of the many games that inspired us. We chose Death Stranding for the slow exploration aspect, otherwise because it stimulates the curiosity in the player, and The Invincible, which is a solo adventure indie game with a deep narration and captivating universe. Of course, these are major references. We are not aiming to recreate Death Stranding or otherwise, but to draw from their spirits and deliver our own experience at our own scale. So we studied their Steam reviews, and we concluded that they share several strengths, such as a rich history through strong environmental storytelling. They've got an exotic atmosphere that is immersive, and they offer innovative gameplay mechanics. And we concluded that for that kind of games, players need to be curious, to feel curious. They need to feel a sense of wonder, and that by alternating between calm moments and stressful moments. So this is why we think our unique selling point for Build Their Site would be here to offer an unsettling solo experience that triggers the player's curiosity in front of gigantic and threatening entities.
Since players' curiosity plays an important role in their engagement, it's useful to define it before going further. So here, curiosity means exploring freely, trying to understand the world. And based on our analysis of the previously mentioned games, we were able to identify our target audience. So our target player is both an explorer and a thinker. Drawn to solitude and quiet observation, they enjoy uncovering meaning through the world's details and value the connection over action, finding satisfaction and linking clues and reaching an emotional resolution. And our game targets a broad audience of players on PC and consoles, seeking immersive and exploration and solo adventure experiences.
So for the creation of the game, we're going to be going with Unreal Engine 5. And when it comes to the risks, we've identified a few main ones. First of all, with the user experience, and the player feels like they have a lack of interactions and actions that they can do within the world. To avoid this, we aim to offer a variety of features in relation to the planning, observation, and exploration. Next up, with the large-scale aspect of our world, of course, a big risk that we could have is low performance and frame rates. For this, we are going to explore the use of GPU instancing, especially for the buildings, props, and vegetation, as well as a few other techniques that we'd be happy to go further into detail later on. And then finally, it will be essentially how quickly and how easily we can make changes to our level design. For this, we're going to develop a few different tools, such as a level editor, the use of Houdini for the level art, and an entity behavior designer.
So here is our production roadmap from October to February. We are currently in the pre-production phase, where we are setting up our environmental asset pipeline with the level editor that Sebastian just mentioned. And we are currently decided which entities would be in the vertical slice, what will be their look and their behavior. So we've planned 4 key playtests. We will soon test our first prototype, focused on the camera feel and the entity perception. We chose a first-person camera. And the next priority would be to test the map use and understanding. We plan 2 more playtests during the production, one just before the vacation of December, and one at the end, near the end of January, because at the end of January, we want our vertical slice to be feature complete in order to have 3 more weeks of polishing in order to deliver the most representative of the vertical slice.
So to conclude, we want to create a game that brings curiosity about what seems threatening at first. We also want to try to limit the agency on the player by really setting an opaque relationship between them and the entities, and they have to deal with what happens. And we also want to question the ability to adapt to a sudden evolution of familiarity with the city that drastically changed and that has to be updated. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Cécile was the quickest. I go there.
Hi, so Cécile from Focus Entertainment, part of the sourcing team. Thank you very much for the pitch. I really want to thank you for the very first slide of the pitch that gives me pretty much everything I need to be able to dive into your presentation and understand what it's about. You're giving all the key elements, so really thank you for that. I wish all of the professional pitch decks we received had that. There are lots of stuff to say about this. It's very interesting. I will leave some for William and the others. I really like the old map, the outdated map, and the one you're building with the entities. That's a very interesting idea. I have a question because in the risks part, you mentioned the lack of interaction, and this is a risk that you solve by adding variety, but I would have loved to know what kind of variety you were adding.
Actually, it's more a deepened system of the mechanics we presented than various other things. So we talked about all the main mechanics we want to develop to break this boredom that could happen with the lack of interaction. But the idea is really to have a deepened way to get information, different type of information, and to play a lot with the map. We only talked about 2 layers, but there will be multiple, like a log with post-its that you put on the map to get informations. And you really have to have this back and forth with the map and the gameplay. And that's how we want to break it. And we also want to have a controller that is quite interesting with some elements of small parkour, but also we want the character to feel uncomfortable, like they are just a human trying to navigate a city that is dangerous, and they can get tired really fast. And you have all this energy management that we want to deepen more.
Okay, maybe just to expand a little bit on that, the observation, like in game, is it a tool that lets you observe the entities, or because I was wondering, because in the concepts you were showing, we were seeing these little squares that looked a bit technologic. So I was wondering whether it was a tool that you maybe could enhance or improve with the progression of the game, or?
The confusion were to expect. Actually, it's just a more extra-diegetic thing that represents the character thinking.
Okay.
And that's the same for the other layer on the map. It's a representation of the character thinking, and we want to convey that with the visual.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And then.
Hello, William, and I will be annoying because I have a lot of things to do, so I will try to be short, but trigger warning, don't take that personally, especially with my English, so maybe it will be too difficult to listen, but yeah. I love the pitch, but actually it's a pure working simulator. You work, you open your map, you go, you see an entity, and by example, you say, okay, you see this entity and she left, so you take information. Okay, but what happens if she go to in front of you, by example?
So the thing is, the entities don't have any interest in you, but their behavior is actually quite erratic in a way that can kill you. So there's a bit of a die and retry in a way to get in the informations through the observation. And since we plan to have various types of entities, their behavior will be unique to each one of them, which will kind of be kind of break that state of things where you're just walking and nothing happens. You actually need to avoid the entities in order to just not die. So
You need to explain that. It's very important because that changes everything. It's like a survival or but you are conscious of what you do. I don't know, but it's very interesting because after that, your pitch in terms of benchmark, for example, um, by example, I make my note in English because I think it will be a good idea and it's a bad idea. So yeah, you have some inspiration. You have two big games with big gameplay and one boring game, and actually you don't have a main gameplay feature to expose on your pitch. So Death Stranding and Outer Wilds are not very big competitors because you are more of a king simulator. So after that, all the challenge strengths are pretty common. And but each of the game have a real reason to be a success, and it's not for the shared strength, by the way. The Death Stranding 2 and otherwise are known and are success not because they are a working simulator and not because they have this entity ID. So you need to be more specific, I guess, because in fact, actually, the pitch is too much working simulator game. I love this type of game, but it's not very popular on the market right now. And yeah, you need to explain that. It's very important. That change everything.
Yeah, we don't want the game to seem like it's a simple walking simulator, so it's very interesting to say. So we will try to extract from this image. Thank you.
And just quickly explain the detective gameplay. Have you an UI for that? Do you have an encyclopedia of entity? Do you collect some information? Do you need to see 5 or 10 same entity to have all the information about this entity, for example? I don't know, but you need to explain that too.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Rémi Boutin, Senior Game Designer at Ubisoft Bordeaux. I got some question on observation, and I wonder, because your entities are super big, so it's quite easy to saw them. Which skills are you challenging on observation? Do you need to aim? Do you need to time? Do you need to... And how do you create friction? Like in Amnesia, you cannot look too much at a monster. So what are the plans to offer variety on the observation mechanic?
The main plan to make observation difficult is to design the creatures in a way that you have to approach or put yourself in a risky position to get the informations. So maybe you have to get inside or get through an angle where you can see a part that you get the information from that you have to get near to. And we really have the thing of you don't just have to look at the entity, but trying to turn around, see it from different angles, and it would depend depending on the different types.
Thank you. And what are the death loop? What are the threats? Like from what you say, I imagine that contact is killing you, but is there other way to be killed? And another question, how do you manage repetitivity? Because in Death Stranding, you can respawn without your cargo and you can continue. And in Outer Wild, you have tons of stuff to explore each time you discover new things. Here, how do you avoid repetitivity like I'm being killed by the same entity again and again. So first the death and the threat, and then how to avoid repetitivity.
The death almost always come from the entities at first, but they have different way to get the player killed. We want to really have that variety. There would be more, a lot of influences to highlight the difference of scale. For example, we had this idea of an entity that is just a big wing that would go up and down, and with the wind that is moved, it would project the player to a wall and scratch them. And yeah, you have all this thing of just the entity moving will do something on the world, and the project move the player around, and it's just too much, so they die like this. For the repetitivity, I think we want to give information about not to die at the first or second encounter with the entity. So the objective, I guess, would be to make the experience so that the player don't die 3 times on the same entity, but give them the tool to learn how to not die and how to adapt to the situation, if that answer to your question.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks. We do have a question online. Mylène?
Hello, my name is Milan and I do marketing for video games. Do you hear me well? Is it okay?
Yeah, it's better
Okay.
now. It was
Yeah, I'm trying to hit my microphone, but it's not really easy.
It's okay now. It's okay now.
So yeah, I think for your games, a good idea for marketing would be to do a perceptual grid or positioning grid. It's like you have a cross and you put 2 major axes for your games, like horror and puzzle, for example.
Excuse me,
Oh.
Mylène. We do have a loop.
Okay.
So wait, I don't know if one of you online has the mic open.
Maybe it's me. I don't know. Is it still
Trying
an
some
issue?
things on the regie just to be sure it's working. Can you repeat, Mylène? We're
Yes.
gonna, yeah.
So yes, I do marketing for video games. I think one of the good idea for your game for marketing to make it more understandable would be to do something called positioning grid or perceptual positioning. It's like a cross with 2 major axes for your games, like horror and puzzle, for example. And then you put your game there, but also other competitors, so we can understand if it's more horror than this game or more puzzle than this game, etc. So I will put it in the formula, so you have example to do that. And but I guess you think about it. I think it's not the same scope at all, but maybe it's something to think about because it can bring some stuff.
Yeah, so essentially Mylène was saying that it would help, and I tend to agree, if you could do like the competition mapping with the 2 axes, and it's kind of I agree with her, because I think you're confused. Yeah, this in the pitch you originally presented, there is a bit of a confusion between what is inspirations and what is competition. And I think Death Stranding, Outer Wilds work as inspirations, but not as competition. And I think, yeah, that's better. Even though, yeah, so to make things clear, your competition, it's games that are recent, that are in the same kind of scopes as yours. So Death Stranding is by no way a competitor for you. Outer Wilds, it starts to get a bit old. So I think you need to do a deeper benchmark. Go into all the Steam databases to try and identify games that are close to you. And in terms of axes, yeah, they kind of work. Some people would probably be more nitpicking than I am, but as long as it's opposite, for me, it usually kind of works.
Yeah, just to answer, yeah, we totally agree that we chose Death Stranding and otherwise mainly for the inspiration, and we totally agree that they're not going to be our main competitors. But yeah, I think you're right. We have to go deeper in the benchmarking to really define the competitors, the current competitors that are released recently or that are going to be released soon. We take your advice. Thank you.
And
So
I don't know
think
if it's
Hélène
working
had
now.
Another
or-
question, so we will try once again. Otherwise, she will write it down
Yeah.
and I will read it.
Do you still have the loop or is it okay?
Okay, we can't hear you, Mylène.
Try.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. Here it is. No?
Yeah, we will try, but I think it's going to be the same, but let's try.
Okay. Try. Test. So probably it's not working.
It's
maybe we can try writing the question.
So sorry about that.
Okay.
So if you can write it down, I will read your comment. And in the meantime, I will give the mic to somebody else here. And I'm really sorry about that. We're going to fix it, I think, at lunchtime. Thank you.
Hello, Charline from level artist from Ubisoft Paris. I had a question about how will you manage to build your city, because I saw the use of Houdini, but it seemed to be for the level designer, so I was curious about it.
Sorry, what was the question?
The question was, will you use Houdini to build your city as artists, or will you use some modular, for example? Or will you build your city, or will you manage the buildings and stuff?
So we are currently use a modular kit for the building, and the Houdini tool would be firstly to block out the city and test the large scale of our city, and after to build the exactly design and the art in the level art. That's why we are using Houdini.
Thank you.
Hi, can you explain a bit more the sound and the music in the game, please?
What to...
Everything.
Okay, so the principal parameter for the music and the sound design is the distance with the entities, and this proximity and the match who search to find to the match to the idea about the music is to and the sound is to search the little middle between the fear and the terror for explain to the player to not approach the entities, but to less a little bit curiosity, and for the direction artistic direction, the idea about principally the sound design is to inverse sound at the proximity with entities, like if it's like entities change the the function of sonore sound wave for and change all classic sound for hits opposite oxymor audio. So and play with the unique and multiple sound and inverse that like Torosian rain sound like one of or two gouttes d'eau, good water. Sorry, my English is very bad. But this is the principal idea about the sound design, and for the music is maybe to play about the music, the concrete music, and it's all.
Okay, thank you. It's so cool.
I have a question in sound design too. It's about tech aspect. Do you think about your implementation? How do you want to implement sounds? Do you have some middleware, or do you implement via MetaSound in Unreal? Or?
Yeah, no meta sound. We have integrates Wise in Unreal, but I have to be honest, I have hesitates, but meta sound is too procedural for me for the moment, so I prefer state on my base and be Wise.
Problem. It's a good choice too. So thank you.
Thank you. So for the final question, I will tell you what Mylène wanted to share with you. So she knows that it wouldn't be the same scope at all, but she was wondering if you had thought about making a co-op mode for your game when one player have the map and the entities encyclopedia. She's not sure if it's a good idea, but she would like to know if you thought about it. Yeah.
So it is not in our scope at all because our game is supposed to be narrative driven in a way that we follow our character into their exploration, and through the location keys we learn more about the world, what happened, the cataclysm, and it would, I don't think, work into a co-op game where you can, when you share your map, because we would kind of lost this feeling of emptiness and loneliness, and that wasn't in our primary intentions.
Okay, so I let Mylène let me know if she wants to rebound on that, but I think it's a good start and you can exchange with her. She said, okay, thanks. I do have, sorry, I do have another question from Coralie from Arte. She wanted to know if you plan to approach environmental storytelling in this abandoned city, and what should we understand from this story? Maybe what you can explain if you have what will be the main narrative thread. Thread. So what is, yeah, lead.
So, okay. Since our goal is to mainly understand the world and the lore and what happened in the entire game, we would have to learn what happened with the cataclysm and how the entities came into our world. And that is something that we will not explore in our vertical slice, but we have a few already ideas on how we would like to put it in place, sorry. So it would look like a bit, look a bit like the conjunction of sphere in The Witcher, sorry. And in a way that the collision of the entity's world into our own would fracture it into a little bit of fragments, and humanity would be dispersed in it. And that way, us as a bystander would like to understand what happened, but not be an active participant in its resolution, and would be more of a witness into how the entities are trying to mend our world, and they are not here especially to hurt us, but just to get back in their life and go back to their own world without having ours being collided. So I hope those are the kind of ideas we have. In our vertical slice, more specifically, we would like to focus more on the character and how they approach this new state of world, more than actually trying to fix it, because that's not what we want. And so it would be more about going back to their research background and how they can use that in a way that would be useful and to add something to maybe posterity, or just a way maybe to as a way to go on and just not give up and let be swallowed by everything. So.
Thank you. Good teasing for next time. This was the last question. So let's thank and congrats this team once again. So it was below their side. Thank you. And let's welcome the next team and the last forum for this morning, 12 Abroad Street.
So hello everyone and welcome to the presentation of our project 12 Abroad Street. So what's our game? It's a text-based game inspired by retro textual RPGs with an ASCII art style. In the game you play as Charlie, a person in her mid-20s, coming back to their hometown to see some old friends at a party located at the 12 Abroad Street. So you go to the party and explore the town by going from location to location. This apparently trivial quest will allow us to talk about subjects important for us, such as language as a performative tool and change conveyor. So this is the first draft of our game interface. As you can see, there is a text description for each location, illustrated by an image. And we have an inventory, but our inventory isn't like swords, potions, or food, it's words, and more especially verbs, which dictates which actions we can take. Like, for example, you can't climb something if you don't have the verb climb in your inventory. You can also merge verbs to create new ones. Like, for example, if I have walk and hit, I can combine them and merge them to make kick. For the gameplay loop, it's pretty simple. We arrive in a new location. Then we get information from the text and the image. We analyze our options, so we look at what verbs we have in our inventory and what seems to be interactable in the text. We can also merge or split verbs, split being the opposite, like you have a verb that is a product of a combination and you can split them to get the original component verbs back. So we can change the verbs we have in our inventory to create new options. Then we take an action, we make a sentence like combining a verb with a name, like open door, climb wall, etc. This can have different consequences, like non-critical actions, like you get more information about the environment, you get access to a new name or object that's interactable, or you can have a definitive effect on the environment. Or it can get you to another location. So for example, if there is an open door leading to another room or location and you make the action walk door, you go through the door and arrive to the other location and the loop begins again. The game will have a non-linear global progression because you can have different combinations of interactions. The actions have effects on the world and the environment, so they can be turning points, non-turning back points. And there is room for exploration and experimentation because we want players to see what they can do on which object and try things, a bit like sandbox with big quotation marks. Now we'll guide you through a user journey, like a typical sequence of interactions.
Yeah, so now let's see how to play the game. As a player, I'll start in a location outside an apartment building, with the aim of going at Amy's, one of the protagonist's friends, to pick up stuff for the party. I read the description text before looking at the image next to it, picturing a large framing of the street.
You arrive at the foot of Amy's building. Several others stand there, grey blocks of concrete towering over you, but you don't see anyone coming in or out. A path leads to the building's door, surrounded by neglected and decrepit flowers and trees. Next to the door is a buzzing intercom.
Here, the verbs at my disposal are walk, look, touch, open, and the interactable words are building, intercom, door, and flowers. I write in the console, look, building, to have more information about the place I'm in. A new illustrative image representing the window replaces the previous image. It's signaling that the window becomes a new interactable object. Additionally, a new text paragraph appears, giving additional information.
Amy's apartment is on the 8th floor, and you see what you remember to be her bedroom's window open. There is music coming from it, breaking the overall silence of the place.
After pressing the Enter key, the image switches back to the building exterior with the initial text in addition of a new line.
We're back at the entrance of the building. On the 8th floor, music is coming out of Amy's window.
Window becomes a new interactable word. My character says standing at the bottom of the building, then I write, touch flower, which makes me pick one of the flowers up. Using the phrase, touch intercom, the text displays that the action effects is to ring at the friend's apartment and the building doors open. With the action, walk door, the protagonist walks inside the building and goes to the following location. The player gains access to a new mechanic, then can now merge verbs to create new ones, thanks to a new UI element appearing on the screen.
The interior of the building has smell of dust and mold. A flickering neon lights the place up with its dim pale glow revealing graffitis on the wall. On your left is a row of damaged letterboxes, and at the end of the hall is an elevator with a note saying out of order, tapped on the doors.
This new location also is illustrated by a new image in the corresponding place. Using look letterboxes, I get a description of the object indicating there seems to be something inside Amy's box, but can't see what exactly. Here, merge look and touch. Get search. Using this new verb on the letterbox, the text indicates that the character take a closer look inside Amy's box and see a pile of unpaid bills. And that's all for now.
So when it comes to the artistic direction, we started by thinking about the gameplay. We want to use words to communicate with the game itself, but also to exploit other aspects. Through the visuals, by trying to play with the characters and words, and by putting the vocabulary and text at the very center of the game. On the same level as gameplay, we thought of ways in which the artistic direction could convey certain emotions to the player. We want the player to feel like they're out of step of some sort, as if they're in some sort of lucid dream, allowing them to match with the confusing and bewilderment we want our game to convey. However, we also want the player to feel unsettled without falling into horror either.
And so, in order to find a certain coherence between the gameplay, the emotion, and the visual, we decided to use ASCII as a way to connect with the player. Indeed, ASCII allows us to make references to the gameplay, since words are an integral part of the image. It echoes the way the player can act by combining different textual characters to form the visual scenes. ASCII also allows us to maintain a certain discrepancy. We want to detach the player from the search of precision, and for the image to be an intriguing and confusing visual aid. It has to evoke familiar things, but without being too revealing either, so it can support the player's imagination and the word's credibility. So ASCII is therefore not only a striking graphic element in our game, it's also a conveyor for storytelling, emotion, and immersion.
So finally, we landed on 3 keywords that refers to our emotional intentions and gameplay intentions also, and that helped us guide all of our decisions concerning either the visual direction or the sound one. So we will present them to you one by one.
So the first element is liminimal. What is liminimal? You take a liminal piece of bread and a minimal marmalade, and you have the liminimal tartine. We want to play on the transitory aspect of things, of feeling out of place, as we said in Lucid Dream, for example, but staying underwhelming, really minimal in the way we approach things to convey emotion efficiently without overwhelming the players. That's why our reference are, for example, the work of Martin Stig Andersen on Limbo or Eamon Tobin musically, as well as the use of really low pixelated graphic in Animal Well that conveys really well the emotion of the game.
For tension and contrast pillar, it refers generally to the notions of duality. Either it's between sound and silence, or synthetic sounds versus organic ones. And visually, it's allow us with our restricted color palette to highlight certain elements thanks to strong accents of color, which contrast with the monochromy of the interface. That's why our reference are with Lila for the use of contrast of detail, Stone Story RPG for the accents of color, or even Quickmaster for the feeling of never being safe or completely alone.
And since the major part of the game happens in a GUI, the GUI needs to be really reactive and responsive to the player's interaction. So visually, things need to happen. It needs to feel alive. We need to be present in the game. Our action needs to have direct consequence. The audio supports that as well. Everything needs to be juicy. As references, we used In Other Waters that has really great GUI interaction, both visually and sonically, as well as World of Horror and Pentalasa.
So, as we say, 12 Abroad takes the challenge of taking back an old design, the textual RPG, mostly for its way of calling on players' imagination and creativity. But we are not delusional. Like the player standard about what to expect about a video game has increased since the big era of textual RPG. There were more agentivity and choices, strong visual and sounds decision, and a deep and rewarding narration. In that matter, sorry. In that matter, 12 Abroad is not a transposition, it's a transformation. 12 Abroad is not a remake. We don't want to use nostalgia as a lever. Yes, we just think that this genre has still a lot to offer and is the best way to express what we want to. So, where do we stand on this marketing battlefield? Well, our goal is to reward player experimentation with secrets to unravel, to have a strong visual identity, quality narrative that feel earned and not handed out. And finally, we want to call on player imagination and inventiveness with the world at their disposal. As previously said, we are not positioning as a nostalgia game, but more as an alternative experimental adventure game. Sorry for that. Facing us in the same category, we identified some competitors. They can have a multi-layered puzzle that reward player who takes extra step in their investigation, They can have strong visual identity, and they can have a high quality and evocative prose. As we can see, 3 of the competitor strengths are close to what we project as our own strength. What we add to the formula, the 12 abroad unique selling point, is then the interaction system revolving around word usage. We're aiming to appeal to players' imagination and call upon their interpretive skills with a word-woven gameplay and aesthetic. And with the research we made in the conception process, we know it can talk to a target audience that Mumin gonna present you now.
Yeah. So about the platform, first we choose to choose only on as exclusive platform PC. First, because of the keyboard accessibility, we need the keyboard to play. Even if we can play on the controller, we have to drag and drop things, and the easiest way is on PC. Thanks to our benchmark, we saw that 80% of the games of our benchmark are majority played on PC. About the target, we have 3 profiles. First, we have narrative explorers, people that focus on completing narrative branches. We have challengers that focus on understanding complex mechanic and total completing. And finally, uncanny seekers that focus on having a mind-blending experience and discover things. So thank you for listening.
Thank you. Yes. So I will start with Cécile again. You're definitely the fastest.
Thank you. Yeah, I trained a lot to be able to raise my hand super quickly. Thank you very much for this very, very strong presentation. I like you made some radical choices, and I think it already pays off. I really love text-based games, so I was super happy to see one. It's not often that we see one. It's, I think, hello. Okay. Okay. Sorry, I don't know how to handle a microphone. Yeah, so it's not often that we see text-based games in M2 projects, and I think, yeah, we missed it. Thank you. So sorry. So just there are lots of things to say about this. Just one thing on my part. The only thing that actually I was disappointed in was your benchmark, because actually I think we have seen quite a few text-based games in the past few years, and I think you should definitely mention it, just because you are showing us that you made this very radical choice, knowing your market, knowing about the other text-based games that are out there, for instance, Caves of Cud, Road Warden. I know I had Type Help. Those are like very recent. They released in the past 3 years. And I think it could also help inform your pitch deck, because I mean, you don't need to not to mention the other games that are not text-based. It's okay to have them, but it's the key element of your presentation. So like it's the stronger element, because it's what differentiates you from 99% of video games production. So it's like, it has to be there. And something we noticed is most of these games tend to be RPGs. Yours is not an RPG. You are if I understood correctly, maybe you're going to correct me on that. Yeah, you are not an RPG, you are still making a text-based game. You need to tell us like why it's cool to have you there, and I think it is cool to have you there. So that's why you need to be a bit more deep in your benchmark. And just the last thing before I give the microphone to somebody else, about the tone of the game. From what I get, it's very serious. Like you mentioned liminal spaces, lucid dreams, but you tended to remain on something, I don't know how to say it in English, you know, a bit oniric, not like, there was no hint of humor, and it's a big thing. Like text-based games historically have a tendency to at least hide some hints of, you know, Easter eggs, that kind of little jokes. And I was wondering whether it was something you wanted to add as well. Thank you.
Thank you. A quick word on the RPG aspect. We think that our game is an RPG because, like, you play through a player that is a character that is not you. You explore the world, etc., etc. But we don't like to call it an RPG because it labels the game with something that we don't think it is. Like people make an association, like an adventurer going on an epic quest, etc., etc. So yeah, we don't call it an RPG, even if it's in fact an RPG. But yeah, we get what's it? Yeah. Okay. Oh yeah, so we should say it's an RPG because it is. But thank you for the feedback.
And maybe one word about the benchmark, really quick. You are right. We have to refine that, but we definitely study the niche that we are in. But for the sake of the presentation, I was feeling a little bit more about presenting using games that are well known to convey where are we competing, where are the battlefield on. But as we can see, we started to benchmark and to we are in.
Okay, so I'll present myself. I'm the target audience. Hello. More seriously, I'm Lucy. I'm the head of the programming track of the master, the professional head. Just wanted to say congrats because the presentation was awesome. The concept is very good. It may be lacking, but now I understand. I didn't understood that it was a RPG. So it may be lacking maybe something crazy on the design side, but it can came from the content. But continue like that. Don't be afraid of your bold choice because you need to assume them. And good luck.
Thank you very much.
Hello. I'm capable of giving a leg and just to see your game exist. Actually, I want to play at this game, but yeah, in terms of about the mechanic of words you can combine, I guess you need to have some wow effect with okay, I can combine that with that and that makes that, and being very smart about that, just not too simply. Also, the ASCII style can be more than just a artistic direction. For example, you can hide some words on visuals or something that can be very, very game changing in terms of immersion. Sorry, I read my notes. Yeah, but obviously I don't understand it was an RPG. No, it's pretty clear, but you need to explain what is your universe, what you want to what is the story actually. And it's very, very important to put that on your page because for me, it's the only one thing you missed on your pitch because the rest of the pitch is very clear. The benchmark is very clear. You know your audience, you know your market, so let's go.
A quick word about that. We have a bonus slide for the narration, actually. It's just that since it's we choose to not present it in the presentation because it's only 10 minutes, and for us the focus was as an experimental game was to talk about the system because the narration gonna be a huge part of our project, but it's a common layer for all video game in that niche. So we expect that they're going to be a narration. So the focus of this presentation was really on the systems for you to understand the game, because since it's quite weirdy, like.
And maybe before you go on, if you want to go on, I will give you the questions and remarks from Coralie because it's linked. I don't know. It seems that maybe it's working now. So Coralie, do you want to try to say it aloud?
Yes, for sure. Do you hear me?
Yes, we do, and it seems to work. So please go on.
Okay, nice. So yes, maybe just to start, like it was a really nice presentations. I really like this game, and I have mentioned that just to be careful on the liminal art direction because we are starting to see more and more this kind of projects, and you need to be careful because when you will publish your game on Steam or itch.io or whatever platforms, you need to be to be different. But maybe you do already have this on mind. But my two questions was, how did you manage the pace of the narrative in a game that is almost entirely text-based? And also, have you thought about the readability and accessibility of the game, like the language, typography, reading pace? And yes, that's it.
Okay, so I'm going to answer to the second question about accessibility features. We already think of that, so we don't have the time to present in our presentation, but we already think to put choices of fonts, the text speed of the description, because the description will be typewrite in the game. And we also talked about colorimetry with the graphist. So yeah, is that a question we already think in a theme? And do you want to add for narration?
Yeah, well, we will also have a color code to differentiate easily more what's interactable or not. But we didn't get your first question. Can you repeat it, please?
Yes, just how you will manage the fact that there are like a huge narrative part on your game that is like entirely text-based. So how you will go through all these narrative things in the text-based?
So yeah, the narrative. I mean, we don't think that the players will be able to see all of the narrative in one go. There will be points of no return in the story, so it will take multiple playthroughs that support the experimentation thing aspect of the game. So as a player, we'll want to try, if I try this verb on this thing, it will lead me to this path. But if I do another playthrough and I do something different, it would lead me somewhere else. So you won't be able to see all of the narrative in one go, but you will have to explore it all yourself.
Okay, thank you.
And if I can add, as we have a textual game, and all of the environment will be mainly descriptive. The words that we use to describe the environment are part of the narrative, as well as the way we see it through the ASCII image. So all of this, the ASCII is complementary with the narrative, which is complementary with the gameplay. All of those aspects of the game which are important to us are completing each other. And so yeah, we thought of multiple little feature that could help the narrative be more present in the game. Like initially, the way the place when the player where the player can go, the way that they follow each other are very sometimes random, and help to convey these lucid dream feelings that you can pass from a random street, you open a door and there is a circus behind it. So all of this, there is a lot of environmental narration going on, and yeah, the way the place will be described also play a big part in it. And we thought of playing with typography, with fonts, to convey different feelings. We thought of using calligrams. I don't know if it's the right words in English, but the way of, instead of using only characters like in a classic ASCII, we are using words to form drawings, and sometimes it can not not only it can break the rhythm that the player is getting used to, but it can also make the player see the environment from another perspective. And we are thinking actually to play around a lot of these little things that could appear sometimes in the game, and which could help to really bring the narration to the front.
Okay, it sounds really exciting. Thank you, Luna.
Thank you.
Hello, it's super cool. It reminds me Zork and this kind of old text adventures. As said before, I think you should use the ASCII art, not only for art, but for another layer of gameplay. You quote Animal Well, and there is kind of these mysteries in Animal Well. I wonder about merging worlds, because you gave us an example where you can merge two worlds and you have another world. But do you have an inventory limit? Like, do you have a certain number of words you can keep? Because what can prevent player to just merge every word and have every verbs and words at disposition? And it could also create a cognitive problem because you have too much word and it becomes too complicated to try stuff.
Yeah, we want players to make choices in the narrative, so that not each experience is different, but that you have to make choices that takes you to a branch or another in the story. So yeah, when you merge words, you don't get them like they literally melt. So you don't have the original ones as we did before. So if you, for the example that we made, if you have a look and touch, they become search, but you don't have look and touch anymore until you split search. So yeah, the inventory will be limited. So there will be a part of inventory management that will put limits on what the players can do. So they have to make choices, and it makes it easier for us to put boundaries on what they can do. So they don't have like 50 verbs to use on every single object at any time.
Yeah. And I think it's an English only word, because I can see a lot of troubles with localization, because in different language combining words could differ, and in German it would take a lot of space. So.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Some other questions or remarks? Yeah.
I forget something about console. You say it's a typical PC game because the keyboard. Okay, obviously, but maybe you can try something, because we have this problem. We have a full audience who are not actually who are not access on this game. So maybe it's possible to make something with a virtual keyboard on Switch, by example, and don't be very negative on that. Maybe you have something to do.
Yeah, actually, we thought about that. With maybe you are not there. There could be multiple way of interacting with the game, especially for console on controller player. Like maybe instead of typing, you can, since we have an inventory, it's you can drag and drop, or just like select the words and it press A and then it do the thing. So yeah, we thought about that, but for now we are really focusing on PC and the typing effect. We are currently prototyping and especially paper playtesting to see if this interaction system is the best one, which one to put in front. So we are currently playtesting that actually.
And very quickly about the sorry. About the localization, just quickly, yes, it's a problem, but it's also a good idea to say that to, by example, if tomorrow you pitch to a publisher with your game, if he say, yeah, but it's a problem on localization, maybe it's not the good publisher for you, because he don't understand how it's interesting to have this game. You are not capable to make this game on other language. Your audience is ready for that. The audience of this type of game know they will try the game in English. So, okay, if tomorrow somebody say it's a problem to be just in English, maybe the problem is this person, not the game. So it's a good things to use to know if you talk to the good person in terms of marketing, in terms of business, I guess.
I also wanted to add that we prefer that we can develop all the game on PC before to adapt the more for platforms and only also globalization to translate the better for because if we add in the development, for example, words we have to do for the under language, but if we have final set of words, it's better to translation and also for adapting to the platforms.
Obviously, it's a main strategy. Actually, just on your pitch, don't be negative on that. You have some ideas. You have some ideas for console. Don't say we know it's not for a console.
Okay.
It's pretty negative.
Thank you.
We do have Mylène online who could talk, who has a question and should be able to do so directly. So Mylène?
Yes, is it working this time?
It's perfectly working. Thank you.
Perfect. So I just want to double agree with William. Like your game is typically a problem with translation because of the cost also, not only because it will be hard. But even like I just work on Citizen Sleeper 2 on the French translation, and the game were released with only a few languages because it was too expensive to translate it. And sometimes you can translate it after if it's a huge success. I think, if I remember well, it was the case for Disco Elysium too. So yeah, for your type of audience, it's something that I used to. I would like to know more about the story and what you want to say with it. I know it's a super short presentation, so you didn't have the time to dig in, but we are not players, so we need to know about what kind of message, what kind of story you want to go with, as it's actually one of the main focus of the game. Or maybe I miss it, but I don't think I did.
So yeah, we play as a person in their mid-20s, 30s that comes back to their hometown, and that did not have a big success in their life. And so yeah, as we see on the slide what we didn't post, yeah, they failed their studies and perceived themselves as a loser. And so we want to make how to tell a personal journey.
Sorry, just at the Regi, can we see the slides? Because we still
That's
see
what I
students.
was checking. We're gonna fix that.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. So yeah, through the language and the system, and the ASCII and the whole word things, we want to tell a personal story that can go in different ways and tell about how language can alter things, lives, emotions, and perceptions. So yeah, the story is not totally set for now, but yeah, we have like big points that we want to push. Sorry if it's a bit still a bit vague.
Is it okay for you, Mylène?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, good. So if there's no other remarks or questions, so let's congrats the team to 12 Abroad Street. So that's all for this morning. I just remind you that we are organized so for the jury who is on site, you will be able to see the teams during lunch break. But so we're gonna take the break, and then we have maybe between 1 and 2 the time to talk, exchange with the teams directly on the Plateau Projet where they do work, so you can have deeper conversation. And so we see everybody online and here again in the amphitheater at 2 this afternoon. So let's congrats once again the team of this morning. And thank you for the rich exchanges. So see you later on at 2 for the people online as well. Thank you. Donc pour le... Oui, c'est plus...
Come along, catch a half a lump. Sit with me on a muddy clump. We'll sing a song of days gone by. Run along now, don't be. Don't stop.
Ce micro? Ok, c'est bon, ça marche. Bah, tu vois, là, on entend. Edouard? Edouard, tu nous entends bien? Jean-Sana, tu nous entends bien ou pas? Pas trop? Baisse le son peut-être? Faut baisser le son. Ok, ok. C'est mieux là? Ouais? Ok, parfait.
Ah, 1, 2, 1, 2.
1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. Moi, je parle pas très fort.
Hi again. Thank you. So we're gonna start with the 3 remaining projects this afternoon. And let's have a warming welcome to Amongst the Thorns.
Okay, so hi everyone. So we are going to present you our game project. So Among the Thorn is a third-person survival horror game based in ancient Europe. So chased by your own family and trying to escape the cult you grew into, survive and avoid folkloric monsters as you play Abigail, a young woman carrying her cursed girlfriend transformed into a basket. So once upon a time existed a community that held a ceremony at each season to commune with nature. Craving for more and more control, the community started to believe that 4 ceremonies were necessary to maintain the cycle of the season. During one of these rituals, the summer festival, a woman of the community is wed to an old god of nature and season. This wedding means that the wives can't have romantic relationships anymore and must stop working and creating.
For the general design of the community, we're inspired by old pagan traditions, such as the Maypole, where parties are a central part of the life of the group. We also decided that the color yellow is the color of their religion, in reference to the King in Yellow famous story.
Within this community, Abigail is an apprentice basket weaver who works and grew up surrounded by her family. While making her baskets, Abigail met Alicent, a beekeeper, and the 2 women fell in love. Sadly, Abigail was chosen to become the deity's new wife. On the wedding day, the intimate relationship between the two women was suddenly revealed, and the townfolk were struck by a wave of panic. Not only was the wedding compromised, but the relationship was also perceived as impure.
Abigail is a curvy woman. We choose to represent a body shape that we don't usually see in video games. Her clothes are inspired by medieval painting and illuminations, mixed with Celtic patterns to bring to mind pagan culture and fantasy. Because she's running away, she surely tears and soils her dress.
As a solution, the villagers decided to separate the two women permanently through an ancient ritual. They transformed Alicent's body into wicker and twisted it into a basket, enclosing her body and soul in an object that held special meaning for Abigail. Shocked to discover the cruelty of the community she was born into, Abigail left the wedding with Alicent, hoping to find a way to break the curse. And so the hostile villagers started to hunt them down.
In Among the Thorns, you'll control Abigail from a third-person perspective, guiding her on in flight toward emancipation. The whole game is confined in one maze-like level, enclosed in a valley, suggesting the suffocating grasp of the community has over the true characters. The game will alternate between high-tension stealth sequence, where Abigail and Alicent will need to avoid implacable enemies, and dialogue sequences with Alicent inside of safe zones. These two gameplays are intertwined by a resource management layer. The player will need to find collectibles during stealth sequences in order to fight Alicent's curse and maintain contact with her. Progression will be marked by environmental puzzles that open new areas and punctuate story moments in Abigail's search for a way to break the curse. Let's now take a look at some of our mechanics. Now transformed into a basket, Alicent's plant-made shape gives her strange abilities over vines and brambles, ability she uses to silently protect her lover. As such, the player will be able to grow brambles in the environment. It can be used to create hiding spots or briefly slow down the enemies. But Alicent's curse is also slowly taking hold of her, risking of definitely turning her into a soulless object. To fight this, the player will need to find offerings, which are collectible objects connected to old memories of Alicent. Once put into the basket, the offerings will slowly decay, buying Alicent more time. The bramble behavior and patterns will also subtly change depending on the offerings currently in the basket, matching Alicent's physical manifestations with the corresponding memories. With the offerings, we create a tension centered around the basket, pushing the player to put themselves in danger in order to find offerings needed to protect Alicent. At last, certain areas of the village are closely linked to the world of the dead, where Alicent's soul risks of being forever trapped. These manifest in-game as safe zones, only accessible if Alicent's curse is kept at bay thanks to offerings. These are the only areas of the game where Alicent is able to talk or when the player can enjoy relative respite. All of these three mechanics are meant to evoke a sense of mutual support and protection between the two characters, and the moments of fleeting peace they found with each other amidst a hostile world. But while Abigail desperately searches for a way to break the curse, the ceremony is spiraling out of control. Season starts to behave strangely, snow falling over the summer flowers. The villagers progressively take on monstrous and chimerical forms, fused with the neighboring animals and plants.
Once transformed, the villagers will become grotesque hybrids. Corpse-like creatures with some element which indicates they were human at first, like clothes or tools. The purpose of their svelte appearance is to make the player uneasy and to allow us to stretch the body in a unnatural way. For instance, the neck will be able to stretch and move like a snake. The number of villagers in-game remains to be seen, but since we are sure to have more than one enemy, we want to add a variation through different colors, different antlers, tools, or symbols.
So the story takes place in a small village, far from any town or cities. The village is surrounded by crop fields, creepy forests, tumuluses, Stonehenge alike. All of these places offer different situations and mood to set the dramatic event.
Now let's dive a bit deeper into the atmosphere of the game. So after that, you will hear an example from the ambience that we made with a little travel and your journey with Abigail and Alison.
Let's talk about now UX design. So we determine our target audience by conducting in-depth researches on reviews of games similar to Among the Thorns that share at least 2 of our 3 game pillars, such as The Last of Us 2, Hellblade, and Outlast 2. Here's a positioning map that places all the games that we considered based on their horror narrative and mainstream authorial characteristics, and of course, Among the Thorns placed among all these games.
All this data allow us to identify 3 major aspects that bring together casual to mid-core players. Immersion is particularly important for our players. The feeling of presence, the narration, and strong artistic direction contribute to the enjoyment of this type of game. When it comes to the challenges, players like to be able to progress at their own pace, while often being under pressure from the game, feeling like they are doing well while still having to remain on their guard. That's why one of the major feedbacks in their experience concerned the AI behavior. Finally, the exploration is another key feature our players are looking forward to. Stealth ability are particularly anticipated, along with revamped exploration and careful level design with a smart tracking. With our player in mind, we plan to implement several accessibility tools so that everyone can enjoy the game to the fullest. First, we are offering basic features such as the full remapping control for keyboard and controller, the subtitles in French and English, and the closed captioning.
Next, we plan to offer extensive customization of various signs and feedbacks, both for enemies and for Alicent, the basket. Finally, in terms of difficulty, we plan to adjust the enemy AI's field of vision, for example, as well as add a guided mode with more explicit markers to guide the player in their escape.
Okay, so Lily and Raphael have just explained the type of players we are targeting and how we aim to satisfy them as best as possible. But before anything else, it's important to ask ourselves, how will we attract these players? On a saturated market with so much competition, why us? So let's talk about KSP and strengths. Among the Thorns blends pagan myth, rival traditions, and queer imagination in a modern take on European folklore. It offers a rare artistic and narrative identity, standing at the crossroads of the sacred, love, and horror. The player embodies Abigail, torn between fear and determination in a journey that is both physical and deeply introspective. The gameplay emphasizes tension, survival, and vulnerability, turning fear itself into a driving force for empowerment. The visual and sound design create an organic, sensory, and oppressive atmosphere, a world where beauty and menace intertwine, a strong aesthetic coherence that serves emotional immersion. We are confident that by focusing and communicating around these key strengths, we will be able to reach and engage a large part of our target audience. But of course, we also identified the main risks we might face when offering this kind of experience. Emotion and player feeling are the driving forces of our experience. We are relying heavily on the artistic direction, especially on the visual art, to bring those emotions to life. This will require a significant amount of time, not only in art production, but also in programming to ensure the final result meets our expectations. And it's crucial that this doesn't come at the expense of gameplay, UX, or polish, for example. Also, the game mechanics must consistently serve the dramatic tension and the evolving relationship between Abigail and Alicent. If this balance falters, players might experience a disconnect between gameplay and emotional impact. And finally, we know that the queer, religious, and communal themes require a subtle approach to avoid misunderstanding or caricature. A misinterpretation could weaken the message or even provoke unintended controversy. Now that we have clearly identified these risks, we can take the necessary step to mitigate them. For instance, through targeted playtesting, which will be key in refining our design and narrative balance. Let's now take a look at the project itself. What do we actually want to deliver? To showcase the full potential of Among the Thorns, we've decided to focus on vertical slice, a short 15 minutes gameplay sequence covering the beginning of Abigail's escape and the resolution of the first key objective. One single ability for Abigail, centered on her bond, with Alicent and the power that comes from it. And the vertical slice will be available on PC, Windows, via Steam in the first release. Here is a high-level overview of how we plan to organize production over the coming months to build this demo. So what really matters in that, every estimate includes a safety buffer to handle potential delays. And that we've placed playtesting and UX at the very heart of our planning process. For everything else, I will be happy to answer your question afterwards. That's it for us. Thank you for your attention. We truly hope we've managed to convince you as much as we've convinced ourselves. And of course, we are more than happy to answer any question you may have.
Thank you. So who wants to start with the questions and or remarks? Yeah, thank you.
C'est sûr, tu le veux pas? C'est sûr, je peux. Thank you. First thing, the plot is amazing. Love the plot and very original. We see this type of plot of many games, but not all the idea on only one game. So it's really nice. Just to say, the European folk horror is very popular on the pitch to come. So you will not be alone on the market on that. But with this twist and with this idea, why not? And it's okay to not be totally original, by the way. I just want to say, yeah, at the start of the pitch, you show how you want to create a big map with very interesting. You need to be smart on that because it can be a lot of time, losing a lot of time to make this map on your production. Maybe it's more interesting for this vertical slice to be very narrative and linear for now, and you will see after that, because I know that you will lose a lot of time to create this map. So yeah, you need some genius people around you to make that. Also on your positioning, you speak about the mainstream game and more arty game. For me, it's not a positioning because, okay, you know your game is pretty author game, arty game, okay. But if tomorrow you speak to a publisher, you can be the one who say, okay, we know we can't speak to some players, but no, your objective is to speak to all players with this proposition. By example, Hellblade is a perfect example. When we see the game, we say, okay, it's pretty special, but actually many players play this game. So it's your objective to be open to everyone. So it's okay to know that you are specific, but if you present the game to somebody who have money for you, maybe you can cheat a little, but yeah, you need to be smart on that. And yeah, congratulations. I love the plot again and very good project.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, so Cécile from Focus's sourcing team. Thank you very much for the pitch. One thing, you should not start with the lore. Like, I want to know what the gameplay is before I know, like, Abigail's and, you know, the love story and stuff. So just change the hierarchy of your pitch a little bit because as long as I don't know what I'm going to be doing as a player within your game, it's very hard to get interested in the story and the setting and everything. So it's just a little thing. Another thing on the sorry for your competition mapping. Like, so one of the axes was the authorial versus mainstream, and I was actually a bit shocked by the other one, which was, I think, I wrote it. Something with narrative versus horror or something like that. So where would you put Soma? Like for your axis, they need to be antagonists. You can, so you can have very narrative, very horrific games. So it's not antagonistic. So you cannot use that as an axe. And other than that, yeah, it was very intriguing. So I'm kind of waiting for a bit more on the gameplay because I'm not sure I understood everything. Especially on the, like, I liked that you've provided tools for the player. Like usually when you have this kind of hide and seek gameplay, it's find a little nook to hide in, wait for the monster to go, and then get out. Here, it's nice to have to use your power to either slow down the enemies or I can't remember what was the other, but you offered some kind of variety. But yeah, I would like to see, you know, in a gameplay example, how that would play out. What would my choices be? Like, can I use either choice? Are those, or is there a good choice and a bad choice that would lead to death? What happens when I die? That kind of stuff. But thank you, a very intriguing pitch.
Thank you.
I don't see. Do you have questions, remarks still? Yeah.
Cécile, sound designer, compositrice. Sorry, I switched in English. Thank you for your presentation. I have one question for the audio. For you, I suppose. You mentioned about feedbacks, audio sources visualization. Can you explain a little bit more what you're talking about and when does it occur and that type of things? It's on your slide.
I just talk about the overall ambience, so I don't really know about location. Please, can you repeat it?
Yeah, on one of your slide, it's about feedbacks and audio sources visualization, which are a type of feedbacks.
I didn't talk about it.
No, you didn't talk, but it was written.
It's Raf that talked about it, not me.
Was on the UX
Yeah, exactly.
type. The audio source visualization is for when the enemy will do some noise. You with the access, we will see a circle, and you will see where the sound come from with the distance for the deaf player.
Thank you. We have a question online. So if Mylène, you want to say it aloud?
Yes. Hello, Milan. I do marketing for video games. So actually I want to push forward against the same remark as Cecilia about the grid. You have to put opposite things. So narrative and horror could be two different axes, but not the same one. I do have a question about like the choices of making Abigail into like transforming into a normal basket. I think there is actually a lot of horror potential there when you have daily life objects which are weird and that can suggest that there is someone trapped into. And I think it's the same from level design, that you can have in the village a lot of random items, and when you see them, okay, it's not totally normal. There is probably someone inside it. And did you explore that or not? Or is it just because it takes too much time to do?
This is something we talked about for now in the narrative part, that Abigail, the main character, will learn that this is a secret practice of their community to like put the people that can stay in the community in the form of objects in order to maintain the structure of the community. And while the player learn that this is a practice in this community, they will start to ask, what if the objects surrounding me have been suffering the same fate as Alison that I'm protecting? So yeah, we are kind of aiming to a progressive revelation of maybe there is a lot of secrets concerning those objects in the environment.
Okay, I think it could be nice to have really, really small detail that an item looks normal, but if you really look into it, you will have a clue if it's someone or not. And marketing-wise, it's interesting. It's why I'm asking that.
And it's an idea also of the graphic team to, for example, for the baskets that Alicent is taking shape of, and the handle of the baskets could be, I don't know how to say, a braid made of hair. So to remind that there is human parts in this object. So it's kind of thing we're thinking about.
Okay, thank you.
Got a question. Hi, Guillaume, producer at Asobo. Thank you so much for the presentation. It looks really cool. Question about the main character and the realization, I would say. You want to bring heavy theme in your story, and there is a lot of emphasis on your character. How do you plan, or how you envision to plan the realization for like emotion or try to convey the story? So is it gonna be more animation in game? Are you gonna bring some dialogue in, or just cutscene, cinematics? How do you plan to do that?
Thank you for your question. Yeah, actually, it's one of the main goals of the safe zones, to have a time when you can speak with Alicent, your basket. It will be, as Etienne said, sort of a place that's cut from the reality, where you take the time to travel the relationship between the two women. And also for, I don't remember what the question, sorry. Yeah, also we were thinking, and I will pass the mic to my to Lucia, thinking about how the player, or how, sorry, Abigail could protect the basket while running, hiding, etc. But maybe Lucia will take a more about it.
Yeah, to finish the answer, I think that we will be adding cutscenes there in these safe places, on with box dialogues and things like that, to and maybe make them talk to each other with voiceover.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have some questions about the powers. So from what I understand, my interaction with the level is that I can walk through it, I can like crouch, and I can use the brambles to hide or to slow down the enemies, right? And I understood that you made this choice because you think that's enough for the vertical slice, but it's a question of curiosity. It's not something don't take it as you have to do more. But if you had the time, what kind of powers would you add?
It's kind of an intention to have one tool with multiple utilizations. So in a full game with more time to develop it, I think we will be staying with growing brambles at the main elements. Maybe we will add help to navigate some part of the game while climbing, or more uses coming from the use of different offerings to recontextualize the use of the brambles. And in a more full experience, I think the gameplay variety will come from the environmental puzzles needed to progress the story and open part of the map that could use the brambles, for example, extinguish source of light with the brambles. We would like to stay with one tools you can use in a variety of way for the whole duration of the game.
Okay. And also, I was wondering what's my final goal as a player? I guess it's liberating my lover from the curse. But is it only through collecting the memories, or is there like some level goal or?
Yeah, so the environmental puzzle I talked about will be will take the form of fighting the ritual that puts Alicent in the form of a basket. So there will be a journey to understand how the curse work, find way to revert it, and finally unweave Alicent in order to be able to flee with her from the community.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, Mélusine from Asobo, technical artist. It's just a very small question about the camera. You showed the concept of the village that was like an isometric camera. So I was wondering if it's an isometric camera or not, or if it's a third person.
No, it's third person. It's just a way to visualize the village.
Like the
from
map,
afar.
okay.
Yeah.
Are there some more questions or remarks? I'm just checking if there's are some online. No. Okay, so but let's congrats Among the Thorns team once again. Thank you, and let's welcome the second team of this afternoon, My Herbarium.
Hello everyone. Thank you for coming.
who are the team behind My Herbarium. And let me introduce the game. My Herbarium is a relaxing 2.5D game where you explore, craft, and socialize to share your knowledge. First, let me ask you a question. Have you ever seen a grandmother that is an amazing cook, but has never took the time to write her recipes down? Well, in My Herbarium, you are this grandmother. So, who are you exactly? Actually, an old non-binary herbalist. And where are you? Well, in a small community in a swamp. Now, what is your goal exactly? It's to create an herbarium of all local plants. But why? Well, because now you have an apprentice and you really want to share the knowledge you never wrote down.
So, to keep it simple, we're going to show you a day in the life of our character. As a character, you wake up and stumble upon your apprentice. He asks you about the completion of your herbarium. Your herbarium is your guide, where you collect all the plants you find. It also serves as an index of the craft of all the recipes you know. The completion level of your herbarium indicates your progress in the game. If you open your herbarium, you can see the pages you have already completed, as well as those that are missing. There are still so many plants to find, so let's go exploring. The 2.5D world around you is filled with flowers, mushrooms, mosses, and exciting biodiversity, thanks to the beautiful swamps you lived in. Each part of the swamps has its own unique charm, from wind-swept marshes to glimmering wetlands, even some areas glowing with bioluminescences, and others home to gigantic plants.
With sound and music, we will help give even more life to the environment and NPCs. The sound of the game will be built from field and Foley recordings. With them, we will use audio effects to give wonder and curiosity to the game. Here is a short music mock-up.
Sorry. So, sorry. So the game world, the swamp, will be inhabited by multiple NPCs. So you can see some concept on screen. There are spirits of the swamp, and we'll have many natural elements to them, such as a tree husk, tree trunk, sorry, acorn parts, chestnut husks, and so on. So, going back to our little day, we'll be maybe able to meet Michelle along the way in the swamp, and she'll talk to us about her plan to make red paints. But she needs red flowers, and she doesn't know how to get them. So we'll go and walk to the place where we'll be able to find red flowers, and we'll decide to pick some for the painter, Michelle, and some for our herbarium. So when we forage, the camera will zoom in, and with our mouse, we'll be able to move around the shears and cut the plants, and everything will be physically interactable. So you can see on screen a quick mock-up.
So, on your way back, you can give Michelle the flower she wanted. She is very happy. In return, she teaches you how to craft a pigment from plants. Yay! Back home, you decide to try this new technique and make some pigments. Similarly to the foraging mechanic, the camera zooms in and you can physically interact with all the different outcomes. This mechanic aims to put craftsmanship at the heart of the game, putting an emphasis on the technique used and respect this art. Then you decide to add this new red flower to your herbarium. Position your plant, press it, and finally stick it in your herbarium. Look, the apprentice is happy to see this new plant in your collection. When you progress in the herbarium, the apprentice will give you information to discover new zones previously knowledge gated. The knowledge transmission goes both ways. And here you have an overview of the motivation for the player during the game. First, the short-term motivation about find a plant, craft an item. Then the middle-term motivation, discover a new zone and help a villager with their quests. And finally, the long-term motivation, complete the herbarium. And finally, we have an overview of how the player move in the scene. And this is a game mainly with mouse, but with a keyboard shortcut to move. And for the interaction, or mainly with mouse, with a zoomed-in camera. On all of these views, we have 2.5 environment.
And so now we'll end this presentation with the marketing section. So first of all, about our target audience. So to our target audience, to put it simply, it's cozy gamers with an interest for niche indie games, and they look for a stress-free experience with explorations, NPCs, and different activities at their disposal. I will also add that our target audience usually play on PC and are often young adults, and to reach this definition, we have been looking about the people who play the different games you see actually on screen. And from this, we put together this description. And so when we took decision for our game, we kept the user at the center of the process thanks to this definition. And so we are making sure that the game follows what the players want when playing these games. And we also make sure that not to create the frustrations they find in these games as well.
As a result, we position ourselves in regard of our concurrents on the scale between environment exploration, crafting, and narrative-driven and character-driven. But we also did another scale. So this one is between linear and free on one side and optimization and relaxation on the other. And thank you for your attention.
Hi, Cécile from Focus. Thank you very much for this very charming presentation. I love the art, the ambience, like it's like the chill, cozy vibe is there already, and you made a great use of the sound design in your pitch deck. That's really awesome. I have two little things to say or ask. Like in your competition mapping, I think you should definitely add Botany Manor since like it's going to release soon and it's the same kind of vibe. So if you don't put it, it's like, oh, they don't know their market. So put it. And the other one is something I'm not sure I understood. So for instance, Michel is asking me to get this red flower. So I venture into the wetlands, and is there only one red flower that I can pick, or does Michel give me some hints as to the specific characteristic of the red flower I'm supposed to pick? Like, do I have to discriminate between different plants, or yeah?
Thank you for this. Yes, we can first. There is no only one flower that you can pick on the environment. You have many, and you can use them to craft other things with this. And for the red flower in the pigment, we don't have only one flower that can be used to have a red pigment. It can be other flowers that are red.
Okay. Because there is something with the fantasy where you're supposed to be like the experienced herbalist. You already know all of your plants and you're giving out this knowledge to your apprentice. So I was wondering where you put the challenge for the player. Even though it's cozy, it's still nice to have, you know, this little something where you feel good with yourself as a player. So I was wondering where you're putting it, the challenge.
Yes, the challenge will be mainly on we have discovering new zones by knowledge gated by the apprentice. So we have to fill the herbarium to have new zones accessible, and the craft here is very a big part of what it could be. What is interesting in the game, I think.
I'm just wondering, it's just an idea, and I'm not saying that you should do that. But for instance, I can't remember how it was in Strange Horticulture, but in Strange Antiquities, which is the following game, like you're not the shopkeeper, you're like the apprentice yourself, and so you're inheriting the knowledge from the books, and you're trying to reconstruct something. And it's just something where you have like this discrepancy between what the player knows and what the player characters knows. And so I'm not sure it totally works right now, but I might be, you might prove me wrong. So yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to say I agree with you. I think it would be nice if you have a way to fail. By failing is like very casual. I had the cooking feature in Zelda in mind. Like you can fail, but like it's not that big of a deal, so it's fine. And yeah, that was linked to the remark is how are we gonna progress and feel the progression through the game, since I'm the expert, I'm playing the expert. But yeah, as you said, maybe this is something you're going to sort out later. And I just wanted to give you another references, which is a bit old, maybe. Botanicula. I don't know if you had it in mind in terms of ambiances. Very great.
Yes, we have it for the art style, I think. And sound design, yes.
Okay, great. But yeah, having a little bit of challenge is important, even if it's cozy and stuff.
In terms of challenges and mainly progression during the game, we have thought of several mechanics we could put in place. But since it's still work in progress, we didn't want to set things down right now. But for example, the idea that once you have a plant put in your herbarium, it shows you kind of the recipes you can make with it. The idea that when you help NPCs, it can help you unlock new zones to explore, and many different interconnected things that mean that evolving the game in one way, either by crafting, socializing, or filling your herbarium, will unlock progression for the other mechanics in the game.
Okay. Okay, great.
Thank you very much.
I think there's a question online. Coralie?
Yes. So Coralie Rativille at Arte. Yes, with such a big and interesting lore, How did you control the scope of the game and keep the production realistic with no frustration at the end? And I will have like a second question, but maybe we can start with it.
For the scope, for now, we don't have the vertical slice scope done. We are actually thinking about it. For the whole game, it's something that we for the whole game, it's something that we have thought about. Make different spaces in the game, different zones, and work as it.
Okay, thank you. And my second question is about your like publishing side and target audience, but have you done any benchmarking of tablet and cozy games to understand the market and the target audience? Because it seems to be easy to publish the game on the mobile or tablet, but it can be tricky if you want some visibilities on your project. So just to have this in mind, but I don't know, how did you choose this or if you done some benchmark?
Okay. For the benchmark, yes, we have benchmarked for especially for PC games. For the mobile games or the tablet games, it's an early thinking. We thought that the mechanics that we had could function with this kind of support, but we didn't have a real and fully benchmark yet.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, beautiful presentation and really cute sounds. I have questions about the voices. Does your NPC will have voices or like Animal Crossing like voices, something like that?
Well, I'm still hesitating between doing gibberish or only some grunts, and I think I will give me the possibility of doing gibberish if I have the time, but it's not my main focus on the game, mostly because we don't have a narrative designer inside the team. So we want to give a nice narrative aspect to the game, but if there is not so much dialogue, I will only put those kinds of sounds and grunts, and I will not work on a gibberish system for a few weeks. But I would like to do that, maybe at the manner of Celeste or other games that do that very well. But I know it demands a lot of time. So.
Okay, thank you.
Is there some? Yes, I'm coming.
Hello. Thank you for this game. It's very important to have this type of game in production. Just about your audience, you have a lot of game with about botanic. Maybe it's interesting to go to what they do in terms of satisfying game like Power Wash and all this game, because even if it's not the same gameplay, maybe you have the same audience or a part of audience, and maybe it's interesting to put that on your benchmark for some pitch, very specific pitch, publishing and something. But more important, I love the idea of having two positioning. I love that at each time I work with some people, I say, okay, made a lot of positioning and choose the best one. The first one is not very interesting because you have an axe is environmental experiment and cozy and craft. Yeah, it's the same thing. Actually, environmental experiment
come with craft, so it's not very interesting for you. It's pretty cozy positioning for you, so it's not interesting. The second one, it was too quick, so I don't see it. But yeah, it's important to open your mind about what is your audience and what is competitive analysis, because yeah, I will check that just after. And because it's important to know what games have the same energy and the same ideas than you, but they are not the same plot and something. So you need to expand the, your research. And also, you say it's a PC game. Don't forget the console, because for this game it's very important, especially Switch, especially Nintendo, not the other one, but yeah, it's very, very important to not forget that, because it's very, very important for this type of game, especially for this one. It will be perfect on Switch. So yeah, but love the idea of having two marketing positioning on a pitch. It's great, and continue like that, because you need to expand your research. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mylène, you have question as well?
Yes, for the positioning grid, I think you should think again about it. I don't have good solution for you right now, but usually when you are always at the middle, it's not good, because it means that you don't have key selling points. You really here you are not that in the middle, but still you have to use that to emphasize your quality. So you really need to find where you are the best at and how to show it there. Also, a question for me: are you using real plants, and will we learn real stuff about the plant and flowers and stuff like that? Because I think this is important to know. There is a lot of games about imaginary flowers and plants. So I think this is a difference for you. So if it's the case, you should put it in the pitch. Oh, I missed it, but
Thank you. Yes, we are based on the real planes and the characteristic of real planes and what we can do with them. The idea behind it is to put artisanal in forward and maybe have some exaggeration about some characteristics, to have something that is not magical, but in between.
okay, thank you.
Do you have other question, remarks? Yes.
Yeah, what Mylène asked is very interesting, because, by example, if you need to have an encyclopedia of your plants, don't reinvent the well, take a book and make the same thing, because after that, in terms of marketing, it can be very, very interesting if your support on the game is clear. You can have that on marketing after that, and it's more easy to communicate about what is a game when you have the same idea of what is a book about plants in the game and on the real life. So yeah, don't losing time to reinvent something. Open some books who made the same thing, and let's go. Yeah. And by the way, I agree totally about your game is always on the center of the matrix, and so it's not very interesting right now. We need to know what is your good and bad things, and where are you on the market.
Thank you. I'm just having a last look. No more questions or remark? And I'm trying not to miss one online. I missed one before, so it seems okay. So let's congrat the team, Maya Bayam, please. Oh, I I see. Ida, you want to? Oh no, it's an applause. So you have applause also from online. And let's welcome the last team of this afternoon, Yurei.
Check. Hello everyone, we are very glad to present you the first glimpse of our game Yurei. Yurei is a psychological and survival horror game set in a manga's haunted pages. Delve into the book and bend its rules to rewrite the narrative. To illustrate what that means, here's a first glimpse of our prototype. So what you saw was a little extract of the game Cnam-Enjmin using Unity. And as you saw, the majority of the gameplay of Yurei is about navigating through panels in third-person view in order to explore the manga and the story beneath it. But that's not all. We want to use the codes of the medium as a way for the player to progress and to be immersed into this fascinating world.
Okay. We play as an established mangaka in their 40s. We stumbled upon our first work, a manga draft. Back then, we were just a beginner, unable to finish it because of the scale of the project. It is still filled with flaws and mistakes and iterations. With time passing, we learned to move on and abandon the project and grow as an artist. However, the manga started cultivating a will of its own and craved to be finished by any means. Upon opening the manga, we are absorbed and plunged into its pages. It is using our life force like ink and forces us to continue its story. It's up to our sheer will and ingenuity to travel these remnants of our troubled past and escape this curse. With both gameplay and narration, our intention as developers is to talk about the creative process, like a mise en abîme of our own work on this project. We want to tackle the relationship that a creative person can have with their work throughout their life. The many fears, surprises, and satisfaction that can arise, but also how they have to learn to accept mistakes, then restart to grow as an artist. We want the player to feel fully immersed inside the manga, so we will be using a lot of its codes, playing with the panels, the staging, the page order, the speech bubbles, the narration, and so on. Then, we will disorient them and make them feel vulnerable. We will twist these codes and insert the horror elements of the game. We want the player to feel the thrill of the unknown, so mostly a mix of awe, curiosity, and dread of what lies ahead. Finally, we will make them realize that progress is achievable through an iteration process. They will meet failure and dead ends, and will have to restart pages to change their outcomes.
To help convey this experience, we let the player move the character inside panel, speak to NPCs and find items, for example, new pages to explore. He can also freely navigate between those pages by using an ink resource which is tied to his life force. The main challenge revolves around solving puzzles using logic, the environment, and gathered items, like in all Resident Evil, for example. But you will also have to escape from an immortal enemy, an horrific amalgamation of multiple characters that will chase you throughout the pages. And as with any creative process, failure and iteration are part of the game. The player will need to restart the current scene with kept knowledge from its previous iteration to progress further. What will drive the player throughout the game is to unveil the story and find a way to escape. Challenges are a means to make the story shine, so they won't be too difficult. The player will have to resolve item-based puzzles, like I said earlier, manage his limited ink resources, and avoid the creature. Rewards will be new pages to explore, progressing the narrative, and ink recharges to go further.
Some words about the universe now. While iterating and doing some researches to figure out what the universe would look like and feel like, we've landed on a snowy cliff town that had a kind of nostalgic aspects to the landscapes. The half-ruined city fits perfectly with the hairy, unsettling mood we're creating for the player. Working with snow and organic elements makes the process really fun as well. Hopefully, strange phenomena could occur beneath the walls of this strange city, an ancient city. Talking about the characters you will encounter in our game, first of all, the player embodies the mangaka who created the haunted manga previously in the backstory of our game. We decided to give the mangaka an androgynous look with a very clean skin and a line work in order to create a strong contrast with the monsters who are made of ink, organic stuff, and texture shadow. This contrast is thought to cover up the player into this horrific atmosphere further.
We want to explore rendering technique using India ink, Micron's pen, or charcoal style. To save time production, we are actually creating shaders to generate textures in shadow, like etching effect. We also want to design layout and annotation in 2D digital. So we will need to carry out many graphic studies to ensure consistency between the 3D shaders and object with the 2D drawings.
The sound direction will be built to reinforce the psychological and the experimental nature of the game. So I will focus more specifically on 5 points, those 5 bubbles you're seeing. For example, to help making the game a cinematic experience, the sound will adapt to each camera shot. To enhance anticipation and instability, the sound design will evolve dynamically with gameplay variables such as the enemy proximity, for example. Design-wise, I will try to avoid using EV drones and instead focus on contrast with silence and textural sounds. I made a sonic mood board that I shortened for this presentation.
We base your target audience on the research of fans of similar games picked by the team. And here is what we learn about their motivation and needs. They are story-driven with an appetite for immersive atmosphere and a moderate level of difficulty. They are also looking for an intense experience with a varied gameplay in a horrific universe.
As we challenge mid-core players, difficulty settings are planned. We want to focus our attention on controls and gameplay variety. Our biggest fear is walking simulator. Moreover, we did some research to give a familiar and refreshed horror universe. By understanding the codes of horror, we can masterize the feelings in the game, and we can better anticipate the expectation and the needs of players.
Unlike most horror experiences that rely on linear storytelling, cinematic spacing, or traditional jump scares, Ure builds fear through introspection and player agency. The horror doesn't come from what is only shown, it emerges from the creative act itself. Visually, we move away from realistic or gothic aesthetic to embrace an organic, almost living art direction, something colossal and strangely human. These three strengths define our approach: a meta-narrative structure and an introspective form of horror and a unique visual identity. All of this leads to our unique selling point. Ure stands out through its meta-narrative horror. The player becomes the creator, trapped inside their own work, and must bend the rule of the manga to escape. Of course, with such a strong and experimental concept, we've identified several key challenges. We need to keep the meta-narrative clear, the story gameplay link intuitive, and the visual correction readable so the fear keeps its impact. That's why our vertical slice is designed to directly address these points. It will cover one complete chapter featuring representative puzzle situation and navigation mechanics, as well as a chase scene with the creator to test both the tension curve and the readability of our systems. To conclude this presentation, here is the provisional production planning. The 14th of November, we will enter in the alpha phase. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. So who wants to start? Yeah. You've been beaten.
Thank you very much for this presentation. I think the pitch is really intriguing. I really like the fact that you take an object like the manga and you're playing with its code and deliver an experience from that. There's some things that I'm not sure I understood. I think I understood the meta story. So a creator who takes a peek at their first work and they're trapped inside. But I'm not sure if I understood what the plot of this artwork is about. I'm not sure I understood it. You're talking about a creature there was a visual about a city, but I'm not sure I understood what's going on inside the book. So I'm really curious about that. And yeah, the presentation is not clear about what it is. And also about the puzzles. Yesterday we talked about framed. I'm not sure you remember, but here you were talking about playing with the different aspects of the manga. So I'm curious about that. What are the puzzles?
Okay, thank you for your question. It's a very good one, and it's not in the presentation because we are still working on it. So we have a deadline for that. It's 14th of November, but yeah, we have many leads of what's really happening inside the manga. So yeah, we are cooking, but we know it's very important to focus on that. Because that's what we'll see the most in the vertical slice. But we have also another story that is grander. It's not only the meta-narrative of the creative process, but it's also why the mangaka in the first place worked on this manga and where the psychological horror lies. So we want to work a bit on that for the vertical slice to reflect a bit of this grander story. So there are many layers, and we didn't show that because it's a bit complicated for a 10 minutes presentation. You want to?
To help with the narration and the story, actually there are some researchers on horror in Japanese in terms of culture, in terms of archetypes, what the main differences between Occidental horror culture and the Japanese one. So it's actually in progress to help the lore and the game designers.
Okay, thank you.
And for your last question about the puzzles, there are many ones we think about. Like Timothée said, all of the core loop, our motivation will be to find new pages to explore, and these pages will be available if we're navigating between the pages, because we can move inside the panels, but we can also at any time de-zoom and then go to the page we want. So it's not that it's not linear. It's like a sort of free navigation between the manga to find pages to continue and to understand what's going on. And yeah, we think a lot about the disposition of the keys, objects to find, item, and surviving enemies. So.
Okay, thank you. Last question. You were talking about what players expect in that kind of experience, and you were talking about our agency with the lore and the story. Would that part, would this be part of the puzzles as well? To have an influence?
So you're asking if by doing the puzzle, the player can influence the story?
Yes.
Yeah, of course, yes. The idea is that you can, for example, go back to a page you've already explored with, for example, an item you hadn't had earlier, for example, to unlock something else. So it's like some kind of really cool backtracking, for example. And that will allow you to change things in the narration, for example. So yeah, going back to past pages is like space and time travel, basically.
To complete with what Timothée said about the player needs and expectation, there was a bit of knowledge management about survival horror, psychological horror, and a little bit of body horror. So what are, for example, the different cognitive mechanics that are in game when players encounter psychological danger and body horror danger? What are their first reaction, etc. So we have documentation on it, so we can base our work and the puzzles on this analysis, behavior analysis.
Mylène, you had a question online?
Yes. I was wondering if you heard about a game called Liberated. Yeah, okay. For people who don't know, Liberated, it's kind of exactly a similar pitch without it's not horror, it's action adventure game set in a comic book. So this should definitely appear in your presentation because this is a real particular pitch that you have, and the fact that one game is super close, you need to show that you know it, and it's still different because it's horror, because probably you will learn from their mistake. So yes, you should add that. And congrats from the presentation.
You want to say something? Okay.
So yeah, Liberated was one of our inspiration. So yeah, we should definitely have put it somewhere. But yeah, like you said, it's pretty different. Yes, because it's horror, but also because Liberated is pretty linear, I think. And here you have all the in Uray you have this mechanics of being able to navigate freely between the pages, which is pretty different. But yeah, Liberated is an inspiration, and maybe you should have talked a bit about it.
Okay. Thank you for the presentation. It's very, very unique, except if Liberated exists, but on this presentation is very unique. And just giving you two games, maybe you know, maybe not. An old one. The game is Comic Zone. He's just a guy in action who go on the comic book. And more young game is Plucky Squire in English. C'est le petit page en français. It's two games who try to explore what is outside the medium they use. So the question is simple. Before the question, just about the gameplay. It's the Resident Evil gameplay. I guess it's not very smooth and quick gameplay for this type of medium, so it can be cautious with that. It can be very, very tricky. But yeah, the question is, okay, we know more about what we have inside the manga, but have you some idea about what you have outside the manga? Have you a word outside the manga?
So gameplay outside the manga, or we don't think we'll have gameplay outside the manga. All will be inside, and the game finish when we manage to escape the manga. But the manga will be represented physically on the screen, like the prototype. And the thing is, the manga will be inside the manga, because our protagonist will have the manga fused with their hand. And so what the protagonist see is what the player see. So it's a bit recursive, and we find it interesting to explore that.
Especially with this idea, it's interesting because the gimmick work for the first hour, but after that it will be pretty lazy. But by example, just an example, if your character has the manga, if you have a lot of monsters, she can close the manga, and for that you need to close the manga. You reopen the manga and no monster, for example. That can be very interesting, and you are not just a gimmick. It's a really good gameplay outside the main gameplay.
Yeah. That's why we want the manga to be represented inside the game because, like you said, it's easy to flee a monster if you can just change pages. So if the manga is inside, we have the action to open the manga, choose the page, and the monster can catch us while we are browsing the manga. So it will be a risk reward and not always flee the challenge when we encounter one.
Okay, thanks.
Also, if I can add some words to what you said, to serve the kind of terrific atmosphere we've built for the game, we thought that having the player trapped in the manga, like put some feedbacks of the manga is really setting in the real world with some informations, like we're thinking about maybe putting some roughness to the ink throughout the whole book to give light informations, reflections, just as if you had the manga on your table in real life. And maybe some feedbacks as well, like inks that would be popping out the picture, stuff like that, to really express the distress of the player that's trapped in.
Yeah, like inscription, for example?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
A good one.
I guess it's very important to have that because without that, it's just a gimmick and after 1 hour, I understand. Okay,
yeah,
great.
for sure.
We'll just ask Mylène, do you have another remark or question?
No, I just forget to.
No, it's
and
okay. I
raise
didn't
the
want to
hand.
miss again. Okay, so we go on here.
Hi, so Cécile from Focus. Thank you very much for the pitch. As everyone said before me, it's very interesting, very intriguing. I really like that you're doing a horror game and the way you seem to be using the panels. It is very reminiscent of like the PS6 era horror game, so I think it's really something you can tap into. It obviously will speak to the players who have played this kind of game. I really like the idea of subverting the code that you're going to use. This said, and it's very understandable given that you've been working on this for about 4 weeks, it's still very high level. And I think something that would help us understand more where you're going is showing a clear game loop. For instance, you have this ink mechanic. So I understand it's some kind of resource management, which is core to survival horror. So, but yeah, how do I use it? How can I use it? Gameplay examples are always great, even if you're not set with how you're going to do. Like, as you were saying earlier, like you surely have some ideas of how, like gameplay situation, set pieces. So don't hesitate to share this with us. Thank you.
Oh yeah, so for the first on the ink resource, the idea is a resource that you spend to explore pages. So we made some prototypes. For example, we made paper prototypes where you had 6 ink points, and each time you travel to a different page, it costs you 1, and then you have a pickup you can take to restore your ink. And the current tense started to make an adaptation of the paper prototype in Unity. So it's a prototype that showcases the navigation between the pages. So it's pretty visually it's pretty rough, but it works. The idea is that some pages are locked, so you can access them early on, and you have to explore and find them in the panels to access them after that. And yeah, every time you move, it consumes ink, so you have to plan how you move, etc. Since when you have no ink remaining, it's a game over basically. You must restart the level, but by doing the level the first time, you've learned things, and now you can do it another way with the information you've learned.
So you are almost having some kind of roguelike mechanic?
I'm not sure it's roguelike because it's not like procedurally generated or something like this, but you have a bit that aspect of sometimes you will have to die to learn something and then use that information to progress to redo the level but better.
Okay.
If I may, it's more like an outerwise mechanic. You learn something, you die, you restart, but with the knowledge.
Okay. Just something because I was amazed by how everything was super coherent before, but now I'm a bit less because like it's just within the fantasy using ink to turn the pages. It's weird. You know, I would have thought maybe I'm going to use ink to draw a wall between this evil enemy and myself. Maybe I'm going to use ink, or maybe I'm going to grab more ink by lighting a, you know, like, I don't know if it's very clear, but you're nodding, so I hope it is.
Yeah, the ink will probably have some other uses. The idea is that when you explore the manga, the pages are like they haven't some haven't been rated yet. So when exploring, you're writing at the same time what's happening. So that's why it costs you ink. But yeah, we can dig more on the different uses of the ink, especially if we think about the full game. There could be more uses. And yeah, there's this idea that on some places you will be able to absorb ink to refill. So, for example, you see a panel that is all black, and then you can absorb the ink to recharge, etc.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Hello, Lucas, associate producer from Ubisoft Bordeaux. Thank you for the presentation, first of all. I had a question which is a bit like the one that was just asked. You have some back and forth in your gameplay, so you go back and forth, but you can also die. And when you die, you receive knowledge. My question was how you will balance the tension, like the horror tension that you want to provide to the players, and the knowledge. Did you plan, for example, to have scripted events in your gameplay, or is it something else? And is it a real issue for you, or did you think about it?
I don't think we have an answer yet. We are still thinking about that. It's sure it's a challenge to maintain this tension, especially if you can change pages whenever you want, because you can always flee. So we are thinking about it, and I forgot the second part. Yes, so we will have in the vertical slice chasing with the amalgam, so it's our invulnerable creature. We can't flee because it will chase us between pages. So even if we change page, the creature will follow us and continue its chase. So that will be the climax of the vertical slice. And we want in the full game multiple scenes like that. But apart from that scene, we will be thinking about maintaining the tension. Thank you.
Hello. I have a question for the sound part. How do you plan to make with spatialization? Because I don't know how to do with this kind of project?
Well, I led the technical parts for like a later time. I mostly focused on the design and the iterations. So that's something I have to figure it out. Although the behavior of the panels is not really defined yet, like maybe we can teleport from one panel to another. So I'm doing researches on audio listeners, etc., but I don't have an answer to that question yet.
Okay, just be careful because it's a part of the design, the specialization.
Mhm.
So I think you should think about it during your researches. And yes, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Hi again, Melusine from Asobo. I was just wondering, I'm speaking to the 3D artist and the concept artist, if you were looking to Uzumaki from Junji Ito, if you know that reference or not at all. Yes, you do? You do, okay. So, okay. Because it's very similar, I think, in the about the subject, because it's an impossible escape and everything. Also, if I may, you should prototype with the shader on, because it will alter a lot the visual aspect of your game, and for the gameplay feedbacks and everything, it will affect a lot what you will do. Yeah, that shader. Don't hesitate to put it in your prototype, because the scene, like the Unity basic scene, was with no shader, so just simple advice. Take it or leave it.
Thank you. Coralie, you had a question online?
Yes, thank you. So, yes, Coralie from Arte. As a project manager, I was curious about how you plan to organize and structure your playtesting sessions through development, and especially with non-manga audience, and how you intend to engage them and bring them into your game world.
We'll have multiple playtest sessions for very strict things. For example, to test the narration, to test the travel between pages. So it will be one mechanic at a time. Thanks to our organization this year, we will be 2 UX and UI to do some playtest, so we can be more efficient to data analyze and data visualize for the team. So we are counting on this organization to be effective on it and do more playtests for the mechanic that can be a trap for us.
Okay, thank you. And what about the non-manga audience?
Are you talking about the documentation about the target audience?
Yes, I mean, if I am not like a manga fan, how can I embrace the game, and how can I be a part of the game without all the culture, manga culture?
Players do not need to have a manga culture to understand the game. The only mechanics we took is the sense, the reading sense, order. Yes, it will not be as us we read from left to right, but from right to left. Is the only thing that is different, because our target audience is not manga readers, but is its horror enjoyers, like for example players of Alan Wake 2 or Alan Wake with the system of pages, etc. The book isn't a stop for players, it's an opportunity to test a new medium. So we will work on the accessibility aspect, not to provoke fear in new players.
Okay. Okay, thank you. And yes, don't hesitate to put this on your communication about the game because it can be a barrier on the game and it will be like, it's sad because it's a really nice game.
Yeah, it's me again. I have a small question because I may have missed the information, but is someone in your team is versed in storyboarding and panel composition, especially in manga? Because I think it could be interesting to have this knowledge.
Hey.
Yeah.
I'm doing myself a manga since a couple years now. I'm quite versed in doing panels and stuff like that. I don't know if it's enough to answer your question.
No, it's good because I think that, well, as you know, there is a way of writing a story and putting emotion. And we know that in the manga universe, you have some people who are well known for their storyboarding and the way they use it. So knowing the rules of how we do storytelling with that is interesting for you guys. And I think, especially in those type of medium, it will be seen by manga readers. And also you will be able to twist those storyboards and composition, as you said, to propose a new meaning or something new, I think.
And I came from animation cinema, so I learned storyboarding at MK, a school for the realization, so I have some base on storyboard also.
Nice, thank you.
Yeah. And unfortunately, we are working really well with the narrative in our game. We like pairs, like doing some stuff together, and it works. It fits very, very well. So, yeah.
Hey, thank you for the presentation. So Guillaume, producer at Asobo. I will bounce on what he just said. I think there's I don't know how you want to envision the story, like telling through the manga panel and the level design, but there is a balance like there to find. And if you haven't nailed down the process here, that's I guess the next step for the next encounter. And the second thing I would say, I don't know if there is still like some partnership with the school here, but you have the Human Academy there. I think you should pay a visit as soon as you have a prototype and see like a little bit what, just if you want to organize a playtest there. I think it would be a great opportunity to do so.
Thanks.
I had a question about the cameras. The main issue I would anticipate is the loss of sens de l'orientation. This is an issue I've seen in many games and student games especially. I saw that you had the first prototype. Did you identify best practices from the first prototype you had? The issue being, like in the first Resident Evil, you have the camera going back and forth. And
yeah, I fixed this issue by interpolating the inputs between two cameras, and it's worked pretty well.
Okay, so you didn't see for now issues with. I was going there.
There are issues when you go in a direction, and the next camera you go in the other direction, opposite direction. But we will try to not have cameras that follow like this.
Okay. Okay, so it's a level design constraint. Okay.
To add a thing to this, as UX designer for the playtest, it will be cool to test the spatial awareness of players. I know there are scales that are already existing and scientifically validated online, so we can use this to test and to evaluate the spatial awareness of players and to see what's working or not.
Okay, great.
Thank you. Are there remaining questions or remarks? I don't see any. I will check online. So it seems we are all set. So let's congrats the team of URI.
Thank you.
And congratulations to all the teams of today. So please, a warm round of applause. So just maybe to close this all day of presentation, of this first oral presentation of these games. So as you've noticed, say that we are just a few weeks away from the start. But I would like to know if, Marion, do you want to give final words? Just talk about to all the cohort.
Yeah, sure. Thank you very much for all the presentations. It's really thrilling to see such diversity in the projects, from themes to forms also. A lot of horror games though, but yeah, it's interesting, and it's not like the same pitch. So yeah, it's really interesting, and I'm really looking forward to see the next steps in all these projects. So thank you very much.
So thank you all for following us today. So online, thank you for having been there. Thank you again to the jury to be either there or online. And so we all are looking forward to the next step of this project. So once again, congrats to the teams. Thank you for the diversity of proposition. So yes, a last warm applause to everybody. Thank you. And thanks also to the technical teams that accompany us, that managed to fix all the small elements we had that were bad in this morning. Thank you very much, Eric, and the rest, and thanks again for following. So see you next time. And for the jury here, we still have time to go see the teams on their boxes, on their plateau projet. So please go see them. They would like to keep having these rich exchanges with you. Thank you.